operating instructions are on the back.
All right, call to order the Berlin Township Trustees regular meeting for October 23rd, 2023. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call roll. Rhea, here. Fuller,
Here.
O'Brien.
Here.
Thank you, and that takes us to public comment. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please state your first name, your last name, and address for the record. Any public comment should be limited to 4 minutes maximum, and as a matter of standard procedure, the board does not respond to any public comments or questions made during the public comment period, but may direct inquiries to the appropriate department for later follow-up. With that said, would anybody like to add public comment for this evening? Thank you. Hearing none, we'll move on. And without objection, I would like to skip down to the Delaware Public Health District. We have a representative here who has been providing a little follow-up and share out.
Yes, that's right.
Wonderful. And can you state your name for the record?
Yes, sorry. Susan Road. And yes, I'm with Delaware Public Health District. And I have some flyers for you all. You're welcome. Thank you.
I'll give you this one back.
Oh, are you sure? Oh, yeah.
All the dates are passed.
Yes, tonight, actually. Yes. So, it actually, I did email the flu and COVID flyer earlier in the month, knowing that, yes, by the time I got to you in person, that you would have access to it, and I will continue to do that in the coming months. If I see something for November, I'll, give it to you earlier in the month, et cetera. But yes, for what it is worth, we are doing the flu and COVID-19 drive-through clinics. We do have one going on right down the road tonight at Berlin High School.
Berlin High School, okay. So if somebody wants a flu or COVID-19 vaccination, they have until 6:30 tonight?
They do, okay, they do. And then I will say too, on Delaware Health Org, .org is our website, and people can check in there as we continue to add in flu clinics and COVID-19 clinics that are the drive-through kind. They also wanted me to share that on site at DPHD, they do have the flu vaccine. People can either walk in or they can make an appointment. It's available for people who are 6 months and older. We have the nasal mist and the shots. We also have the high dose for those that are 65 years of age and older. And then with COVID-19, it's also available at DPHD. It's the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine only. And it's only available for individuals that are 12 years and older. We do not right now have a pediatric COVID-19 vaccine. That could change, but that's as of right now. And so again, next month, I'll be happy to provide you with any updated clinic drive-through kind of information to make sure you can get it in a timely manner. And yes, otherwise the Delaware website will also be updated daily with any changes to that.
Wonderful. And then I see here we also have Recycle Right Holiday string lights.
Yes, so I don't know if you've seen this in the past, but they're bringing it back. And it's just a chance for folks, if they're changing out to more energy efficient lights and getting rid of the old and in with the new, versus just throwing them in the trash can. There's several different places where people can come and drop those lights off and they will be recycled.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Any questions?
No, just a comment. I participated in the flu and COVID-19 shots on site. So it was efficient.
Efficient? Good. Good to hear. Any comments? Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you stopping in and
Thank you.
keeping us informed.
Good.
And, I will connect you, if you could email me the information. I will connect you with Kathy, our, clerk, who can post these to social media and get it out there to township residents. I don't know if we did on this one. I typically try to forward her that information, so if we didn't, my apologies, but we'll definitely get the recycle right out, to residents, because that looks like a great program.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, moving on now to the next agenda item. We have the approval of minutes from 10:09. I did have a slight revision to one area of the meeting minutes. Chatted with the fiscal officer, and she mentioned that she could make the revision, so if you all don't mind, we'll delay that until later this evening. Oh, you have them ready already? Okay. Check it confirm real quick. Okay. That revision is fine if you want to remove all the other quotes with the you. There's a whole paragraph where it says you had the option of making comments.
Further in the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to go back and read it all.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just, if you don't mind, we'll hold off on approving those meeting minutes till we get the tenses updated on that one paragraph. And then if it's done by the evening, we can approve, or if not, we'll hold off to the next meeting, just to get that clarification. Okay, and then we do have a need to go into executive session this evening. We have at least one matter to discuss, which is the Tower Co litigation. Is there anything else that we should have as far as pursuant to ORC 121.22 included for executive session?
I don't have anything.
Trustee Bowler, did you have anything that you'd like to add? Okay. So, move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121-22G3, conferences with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes that involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action, with the participants to be included of all elected officials present, fiscal officer of the board, and the township representative. I never remember their name.
Was it the gentleman's name?
Don Frigg and Gabrielle, representatives from,
Wasn't there also a gentleman?
that gentleman won't be included this evening. Representation and any other representation from Surdick, Dowd, and Turner law offices. So moved.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please call roll.
Graham,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, we are now in executive session. Okay, we
So
are
it's the
back.
heart attacks.
Okay. Move to return to regular session from executive session.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll.
Brown,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
yes.
Okay, we did meet in executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. However, a few things have come up that I think is worth noting at this time. The main thing being that I've been contacted by the Columbus Dispatch with respect to the Tower Code litigation case in the unauthorized cellular tower on Olentangy School property. This was in reference to the Columbus Dispatch article in which I reached out to Dean Narciso to provide a comment and correct some of the facts that were noted in the article from last week. And so I think that it would behoove the board to consider at this time making a public statement with respect to the Tower Code litigation case and potentially clarifying to the extent that we are able to at this time to really just explain what the case is and what the township's position is to the public. That said, I would want to have one person authorized to engage with that public statement on behalf of the board, in representation of the board, and in consultation with our appropriate representation on these cases. So what is the board's thought on that?
I think it would be a wise thing to do.
Okay, would the board like to bring forward a motion for recommendation of who they'd like to have work through that public statement, a potential public statement, in concordance with our legal counsel?
Well, as chair, I think it would be appropriate for you to do that.
Okay,
I agree.
okay.
You
So,
want a motion on that? Can you make a motion that the chair be given the authority to make a public statement regarding
Tower Codes, and cellular tower litigation.
so moved?
Second,
And thank you. Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, as a point for discussion, that is as long as the counsel for the board finds the action to be acceptable.
understood.
Okay, please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes,
Brown,
Yes. All right, and we are actually at a point where we could consider the approval of meeting minutes at this time.
Make a motion to approve the October 9th, 2023 meeting minutes and dispense with the reading of same. So
second,
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. There was just a slight revision to what was sent via email related to a couple tense clarifications. Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
yes.
Brown,
Yes. Okay, on to old business. Cell tower updates. We have already met with respect to that and have taken action accordingly in open session. Moving to Evergreen Memorial, we have the sign.
Okay, I sent you an email, albeit very late this evening, but you might take a look at it. real quickly.
Yeah. I did actually have the chance to look at the pictures.
And did you look at the pictures?
Yes.
And did you see the quotes?
Yes.
Yes.
But there's a quote for 3 colors, but I only saw 2 colors.
There's red Ford brown, or Bedford brown, rustic mahogany, and royal black with gray legs One is 21,000, 25,000, 27,000.
Oh, is that 21, the rustic mahogany? Well, what I have is Bedford brown is 35, rustic mahogany is, I thought that was 28,500. And then royal black at 52,000.
So it depends on which one you're looking at, what base
Oh,
it is.
okay. I see.
But,
Depending on the base, I got it. Okay.
so, I'm sorry.
No, please. Steve.
I don't care for the first color.
For the what?
First color, but I don't know if that's the Bedford brown or the rustic mahogany.
I think that's mahogany because it says mahogany base, polished mahogany tablet with polished frosted base check.
So regardless, I don't care for the first one. The second one, I like the color, but obviously that's the most expensive one. So I don't know what the other one would look like. But when we look at the print, the font, I really like how cemetery is spaced. I don't really care for how evergreen looks. That G, the spacing in the G, there's something about it that it looks
Looks too big.
it looks like the focal point of, it looks like evergreen, and I don't really care for that. But the lettering, I like the lettering because I like how the cemetery
Well,
comes
but
out, but
my understanding was we weren't going to have it say cemetery. We were going to have it say Evergreen Memorial.
okay, but really all I'm addressing
Is the G
is the font.
and all the other fonts.
The font
Okay.
otherwise looks good, but that G just doesn't work for me. Because it's the focal point, and I don't want ever G green.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. Do you feel like the black, the G looks more proportional? 'Cause I thought the G looked different a little bit in the brown to the black.
It does look a little different, doesn't it?
A little bit. It's
Not a
still-
lot, but
Yeah.
yeah. But it's still, it's, the spacing still looks like ever G green. And it's,
So the question to me, Trustee O'Brien, would be, I don't think that we have the Bedford brown. I think we have the rustic mahogany and the royal black colors. And so the question I would have for consideration is, do you not like the rustic mahogany with the gray legs so much that it's worth a $6,000 differential to get the black and the white with the gray legs versus the, okay. And what do you think?
We can do the white letters and all that sort of stuff. It'll probably be, what I wanted to do was get you a quote from a vendor at this time.
Yeah, oh, no, this is fantastic.
And this is kind of what we're looking at. One is, if you look at the way
Yes,
the legs are under the unit.
yes, the
And-
legs versus the base.
And the difference in the two prices, one is 96 by
Yeah.
11 by 56, and the other one is 96 by 10 by 48. So it's at 48.
Mhm.
And then the other one is 8 foot by 4.5 foot.
so I'll defer on that because I don't really have a preference in that regard.
Okay, and then one's got the 2 legs and the other one's got a large base underneath it. And if we go back to the first one, the thing that I would look at in either case is we go down, put a Cheshire Cemetery type foundation underneath it so that the mowers can't get to it and that sort of thing.
I
And
would
if we
defer.
wanted to, we could raise it higher or whatever, off the ground. However we want to do that.
I would want the concrete pad that it's resting on to be at ground level.
No. And the reason we wanted it higher is so that the mower will If not the,
Well, but what I wanna do with respect to the mower is, I want the pad at ground level, and then I want to landscape around it. And so if we do the legs, here's what I was thinking in terms of, keep the gray legs, because that's a lot cheaper than the base. So have the gray legs, and then put a small hedge around the base of something like boxwoods, something small that would go out and around, so that as you're mowing on the edge line of landscaping. That's what Kingwood did, and that's what a few other cemeteries did, so that they would not hit the sign. And that's what I'd like to do here, is I'd like to have the concrete to be flush or near flush with the ground. It could go up a little bit higher, but I don't want it to be visible with the grass growing up.
I don't have a preference.
I'm surprised, because this is a concrete slab you're talking about being visible, and I think it will look very different if you're looking at a nice black granite.
But regardless, you can put a hedge around it.
Right, and so
Either
for
way.
me, with the hedge, hedge is gonna be what prevents the mower from hitting it, not raising the concrete.
what I was looking at was trying to keep the maintenance cost as low as possible.
Yeah, boxwoods or something like that. I don't wanna have like annual landscaping done.
Well, there's gonna have, you got mulch around the bushes, you gotta do the stuff, you gotta trim the bushes, you gotta do that sort of stuff. So there is an annual maintenance cost with the bushes going around it. And, just one of those things, long term, and the bushes will have to be replaced from time to time, that sort of stuff.
Understood.
And we gotta get something that's gonna survive and salt. Because that will be salted.
Well, if nothing else, we could mulch around it so that there is a stable, and I guess the mulch could even cover the concrete base too. So that there's a clear line that's far away from the sign for the mower. So they don't have to get so close or happen to, accidentally run into the sign. So I want there to be that separation, and whether or not it's boxwoods or just mulch or whatever, there should be a separation, at least to put that out from the sign.
And what we will have to do is look and probably take 2, 3, 4 grave spaces that'll be in that area to put it, because it's, when you looked at the right-of-way line and that sort of stuff, which we're still trying to get the final statement on. But anyhow, we'll probably involve, and that'll determine a little bit where we'll put
And you wanted it more centered with respect to the cemetery from where the current sign is.
just as much as possible.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
okay. So you like the black, you're okay with the legs, this one.
I don't have a preference on that.
The one thing I don't like, in addition to the G, but the G does look, I think, a little bit better on the black
It
sign.
does look a little better, but it's not perfect.
So the feedback would be, can we get the G to be a little bit, I know this is just a mock-up, but just make
Current.
certain that it's a little bit,
Kern.
what'd you say?
Kern.
Kern?
K-E-R-N.
Why did you use that word?
That's where you shrink the space in between some.
Well,
letters.
but I don't, it's not a spacing thing, it's the size of the letter itself.
I think there's multiple ways to fix it. It just needs.
Yeah, it just needs to, okay. So the G, working on the G, and then I don't like the yellow, white, and black, the yellow, gray, and black. What if this lettering was gray?
I have to see it.
What if that gray was that?
I have to see
You envision?
it. No. No, because I don't want to make a $30,000 decision and then say, oh, I don't know what I like.
Well, but just think about it.
I don't know.
Do you like it now as yellow and black? I don't like the yellow and black.
I think that a silvery color, not really gray, but silvery would be
Grayish silver.
something.
Okay, so could we
This is
do,
more gold than yellow,
Yes, it is.
so it's more of a goldy type thing.
But regardless, the gray legs with the more goldish / yellowish signage lettering doesn't strike me as particularly complementary with one another. So could we go back and say, we're good with the legs, gray, and the color black. And we'd like the G to be slightly altered. And we would like the coloring to be a little bit more silver gray.
We can do a lot with the engraving. The engraving is not going to be much of a cost.
Yeah,
Most of the cost of the stone and.
Yeah.
What is there?
Right,
The thing is the colors and.
right, but,
The big color.
But he wants to see the actual visual of it,
Oh, sure.
so could
Before we get
you write him back and let him know, this is the sign that we're.
and because you're thinking memorial, I wanna see memorial, because cemetery looks beautiful there, but evergreen doesn't, so when you change it to memorial, the lettering,
And it won't be Evergreen Memorial Cemetery, the sign, it will be Evergreen Memorial as the signage. So, okay, so you have enough feedback to go back and ask for
and I like the line in the little line.
I do like that, yeah, I think that's good.
There's a lot of things we can do with that. This is the cost of stone. We still got the cost of the foundation, still got all the work to do to put all that in. And so it probably doubles whatever we got here.
You think the foundation will be double? Maybe
By the
double?
time we get the foundation and the landscaping and the other stuff that's involved in doing it, it's gonna be expensive.
Are we able to, were we gonna do the foundation ourselves? Or were
We'll
we
do the
gonna?
foundation ourselves, you still got black concrete, you still gotta dig the hole, you gotta form it, you gotta do all that stuff.
Yeah, right.
Put the dirt in the truck and all
I just don't think that that's gonna come to $27,000,
that. I understand,
but,
but that won't be all of it.
yeah,
I'm sure there will be other,
Understood.
yeah, I'm just.
Now, and I know that people have said, oh, I'll kick in. I wonder if that's really true.
Pardon?
We've had residents say, oh, we'll kick in. So maybe what we could do is do what we're proposing and say, this is what we're proposing, how much are you willing to actually kick in
Yeah.
before we commit to it?
yeah, so, do you want me to provide
Yeah,
that
we gotta
feedback, right?
I got a couple more prices that people are gonna give me, all I want to show you is that we're making progress. This is the kind of thing, this is the kind of number we're talking about. So some of them may, the other things may come in higher, they may come in lower.
Please provide an updated picture with the following adjustments. We have, Evergreen Memorial rather than Evergreen Cemetery.
Do
Okay,
we want to put Berlin Township on?
no. I don't, do you,
I'm okay with it, just,
just the way it is?
yeah, because if you get too much, it's just too much. It's too much to read going fast on 23.
Mhm.
I like simple, clear, clean.
You want the address on?
No.
Yes.
I don't, but I do understand the question because you get people that are confused. Do you want the address on it? Or is it causing trouble?
Well, with the address helps, not so much in finding this, but in finding other things.
Yes. Yeah. And when you say address, you just mean the number, the numeral, right?
Okay, that's where we're at, what we're working on.
Okay, I just sent you the feedback that we just talked about, so you can forward that along and get an updated picture. That's fantastic, and then, anything else you get, send along.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing that work. It's not on here, but it's the landscaping, the trees. We were gonna plant a couple of trees, just maybe like
That will
6.
be later in the year. But
You mean next year?
no,
This year, okay.
but it'll be,
Late November?
the ground is either frozen or very close to frozen.
Okay.
'Cause Otherwise you gotta carry water and that sort of stuff.
Well, you wanna make sure that the trees are dormant, yeah, so that makes sense. So we're gonna probably put in, what, 6 to 8 trees or 3?
We're still working on that.
Okay. Can you keep that on the agenda as well? So at least, it sounds like maybe that will be wrapped up in late November, early December.
Sign or the tree?
The trees. Okay, JED. I have a couple important JED updates. The first is I reached out to Mr. Jordan Yates, and he indicated that, yes, he was still interested. He'd be happy to be a party to anything, but that due to some of the construction costs and different components, he does not see them starting that construction until 2025 potentially. So happy to participate as needed, but doesn't see, he's not going to be pushing forward imminently. The second thing is the Metro, is it North Point, is that what it's called, residential, the residential?
It's north something, but
With respect to the residential hotel, it's my understanding that Metro approached DCFA and indicated that because of the cost, particularly of the hedges and landscaping, waywards of $200,000, that they were compelled to explore annexation options at this time. And so I spoke with Delaware County Economic Development to just get clarification on the agreement related to the tax abatements and incentives and how they're attached to the JED that is a unique offering from the township that would not be a provision from the city. And there is agreement that if they choose to annex, those incentives from the county provisions would no longer be available.
well, they could annex as long as they still join JED.
Okay, so.
They're not going to want to do that, but.
Yes, and the clarification then is, the clarification that was provided to Metro this week, as I understand it, was if you don't join the JED for the township, you will not get the incentives.
Yeah, well, that's an accurate statement. Whether or not they annex is.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So I have a call with Joe Thomas on Wednesday to get clarification, because it certainly isn't our intent to, motivate them to annex as a result of landscaping. But at the same time, I don't know that they were aware of the fact that the incentives were attached to the JED participation. So now that they've been made aware, I don't know if that changes the dollar figures for them, or where they're at with it. So they have started construction on that location. Have you seen it?
Mhm.
And they have the sewer and they've cleared out the trees. They tore down the model home
Yes, I saw that.
because they had purchased the model home plot too. So they are moving forward with that, and so the sooner we can procure the petition for initiating the JED, the better. And at that time, we'll add Yates, and then I don't know about the industrial overlay that was approved, the BIO site yet, but
So I wonder if they also are cognizant of the TIF, because they may think that the city is going to TIF it and give that money back to them.
the county TIF,
The township
the
TIF.
township TIF, is that on that site? I will remind Mr. Thomas on Wednesday. Anything else with JED?
Is there any hold that we can help with to get it finalized?
I will know that on Wednesday. I don't know where they stand. They didn't say they were, it's my understanding they didn't say they were going to annex, or they had intention to, but that they were exploring their
Right.
options, so.
Well, and that makes sense. They always are exploring, and they have to crunch the numbers, and I think the numbers aren't going to be what they think they may have been.
So I will know, I will be able to better answer that question once I speak to him on Wednesday. Okay, moving right along. Cheshire Road widening easements and fiber.
Yes, I provided to the board, a quote that came from H&H, through, the conduit of, Steve Lewis. Play on words there. So it is sort of what I anticipated, which is, it's a lot. So when they came here, the gentleman from H&H, indicated that in reality, it's actually cheaper to, do the directional drilling than it is to do open trench, which I was surprised. Now, there is some trenching here, but to and from the drilling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not either or, it's both.
Right.
Yes, I was actually quite surprised. He said that it's almost half as much to drill it as to open trenching. So he said because of that, the timing with the county isn't as, well, it's important to time so that they don't get in each other's way. So what he was saying is, you know, how I had indicated that, you know, we don't want to go through their driveways twice.
Yeah.
But with the drilling, he said that's not an issue. You seem quizzical about something.
So the directional drilling is $14.29 each, but the quantity is 2,500.
So we're talking feet.
Yeah, and feet, and that comes to 35,000, but the trenching only comes to 3,000. But costs $60.
But you're not trenching you're trenching like here.
That, okay, so it costs significantly more per foot, but it's significantly less amount of
Distance.
distance.
So
So it's
50
actually good that the majority of it is directional drilling.
That's what he was telling me.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And will the fiber be ours completely?
Yes. That's good and bad.
What I'm getting at is, I think what you looked at was 24 pair. Is that right? Was what the cable was?
Mm-hmm.
And we won't use anywhere near that.
No,
But-
well,
but at some
24
point-
fiber it was.
yeah, but what we need is really 2 pairs. That's all.
That's right. And what could happen is that could be, somebody could need it, use it, and that they could help with the cost of it at some point in time,
Potentially.
potentially.
But that gets a little, I don't want to say that's an easy,
I'm not saying that we're
Yeah.
gonna do it, I'm not saying we're gonna get there all on say, we're not, we own the whole thing. And so we can do something with it in the future. It's not like we're paying for this and somebody else has got that, owns this,
Right.
the spare fiber.
but whenever, happens,
Mhm.
we have to pay for that. Somebody to say, yeah, go ahead and.
Okay, I guess the fiber between the two, do we know what the installation cost?
Well, so, first I wanted to see, do we want that question asked? Because this is $72,000. I wanted to know you as a board, because I told Steve I'd call him tomorrow.
And includes the labor and materials.
Yes, but there's going to be some costs at the ends of it.
On top of that?
Yes. I think there's like for one of the ends, it's like, at the fire station, it's like about $7,000. And then here, I don't know, it's not as expensive. I'm not sure why.
Okay. Is there anyone else that we can also procure quotes from?
There are.
Okay.
But based on, they are so large that they won't care about us, is the issue.
I mean, with this amount, it's interesting because House Bill 33 just extended the amount that we could go to up to $75,000.
And I basically indicated, if it doesn't come under 75,000, we're not interested.
Yeah.
So I think they lowered the price to get under that. It also alleviates, not prevalent wages, prevailing wages.
Yes. I think with this kind of project, even to your point, if we don't end up going with the larger companies, it will be
So
for us,
what I could
having
do,
quotes.
so I could ask for the quote. And
Yeah.
if they choose not to,
Right.
because they may not be interested.
Can we,
And it's the company that the county used before, as I had indicated before.
Yeah.
They were very competent, but what's interesting is this gentleman used to work for them.
okay, now, will the project management of the project, will that be part of the road projects? And we'll
No.
just give that to the county, or is this gonna be we give this guy some money,
Yes,
so we're the project manager?
yes. And the reason for that is so that we get under the 75,000.
Mhm.
Because if it's part of the county, it's part of a larger project and you can't do that.
Understand?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that it gets coordinated with the county project.
Well, see, the beauty is that there is a good working relationship with the county, with this company. So that they were talking to this gentleman in Steve Lewis came here directly. And so I got this good feeling of they were talking each other's language, which was not my language. So they talked, well, is this a problem? Is that a problem? There's a place where the county, so we're taking it from the fire station, which is the county's, but the county has, for the EMS, it goes into a conduit, and they were shocked. It was unprotected at the pole. Anybody could have sliced that with, just, so they're gonna send somebody to deal with that. And they're gonna take it through that conduit into the fire station.
That shouldn't be too much.
No,
Why does it cost $7,000 to connect?
oh, no. You've gotta have a machine. Okay, you got dark fiber.
Yeah.
You gotta have something that lights it up.
So it's $7,000 to light it up.
At both ends.
Yeah. Will it be at least the same for the township side then?
I didn't understand why.
And you don't need to be an expert in all of it, but I think with a cost this significant, I mean, I'm not opposed to it because I do think that this is cost of things like this these days, unfortunately. So it's not super shocking that it comes in at the amount that it comes in at. And the question is the value add justifiable for the amount of money being proposed?
And that's what I need the board's direction for, because I don't want to go and have, in order to get the right-of-way items taken care of, I've got to go through Tony. So there's a lot of people who are going to have to put in a lot of hours. And I don't want to say, oh, never mind. I don't have a problem saying never mind now, but
Yeah,
but I don't want to,
going further down the road.
So
I think it's
here-
imperative for our future.
So here's what I think I'm hearing you say. This quote's okay if we can't get a better quote.
Even if we got better quote, if, because the reputation is coming.
Well, but that
I'm just
doesn't
saying what
affect-
I want is
I didn't
want-
say least expensive, I said better quote.
Yeah, so the quotes to me are not just if we can do better, let's do better, but it's also doing our due diligence to showcase that this is the cost of what these projects take to do.
If I were in your shoes, I would have said the exact same thing. I was anticipating this because this is what I would say.
Yeah.
But I also know, in your experience, when I would say that to you, you'd go do it, and you'd say, let's see, this was
This
the
one's
better
still
one.
the better one. We're on the path, But I really do believe that it is going to be absolutely necessary for our future to have this connection. And the reason for that is because of, cybersecurity and multiple things and the increase in ability for people to hack into systems and create disruption. And I think local governments will end up being a target, and this will help us.
Well, see, the real reason I want to do this is not,
Cybersecurity.
well, it is that, but it's not just because from here to there. It's that the county, if we do this, will basically be our IT. And as we are getting bigger, we need more sophistication without having to hire a sophisticated
IT person.
team. Because even one IT person, we need a team, not all the time,
Right.
but we need the various expertise.
Well, and you could argue that over the course of being able to engage with the county for IT support, that the $70,000+ that we've invested, we get in the return on the customer service and support and the agreements with the county to be able to have that cost savings come out over time.
Now, there will be a cost associated with it.
Yeah, but it's minimal compared to what they do right now or have to do right now.
Well, and what we're going to have to do, because
Yeah.
as we get bigger, we're going to have more sophistication regardless.
The question and it makes, what we're trying to do makes perfect sense. We need to do that. But as we're doing this piece of the project, it's a dark fiber that doesn't do anything. And we gotta have, if we're trying to put it together, we gotta put some more stuff on. And the more stuff's gonna be another $25,000 or so.
I don't think it'll be that much.
And by the time we get it operational towards doing something, maybe it's just we get the light on, that's one thing, but then you gotta get it to do something. Does that get us to the point where we hit the limit that we needed to have?
No, because we can use a different vendor, it's a different thing.
It is two different projects, is what you're saying. One is the line and the running. The other is creating the connection and turning on the light, and you can use a totally different vendor, totally different projects.
Yes.
What do you think?
What I'm thinking is it's kind of like building a storage barn. You got the barn, you got the concrete. Put the concrete in, but the concrete doesn't do anything for it. You gotta have the barn, so the barn is the concrete.
I understand.
And the fiber is this and that. And so in order to have that be something that's usable and all that sort of stuff, does that get us to the point that we got a problem?
I'll ask the person that I don't want to, but I really don't think it would be.
Because I don't want to get in an audit situation where it looks like we're trying to do this.
Separate it out so that.
Yeah, but I really think that
You understand what I'm talking
I do, but it's really a different thing. One is part of the thing. I mean, it's almost like,
Because we could potentially have the thing in and sit on it for 5 years.
and sell it to the youth.
Or sell it,
people,
or we can do
yeah.
all kinds of things with that. So unfortunately, I do agree that maybe you should confirm
I will.
with council and then see, and then if they're good with it, then we're good with it, right?
Mhm.
And it's not a sticker shock, it's a little bit higher than I was thinking, but it's the cost of doing business, and I think that it really will make a huge difference for our security in the future and our ability to do things like you're mentioning in the future with the county. And are you aware of any other township right now that, I know outside maybe north of us, but like does Orange have fiber?
They have the county.
The county,
We're calling,
Liberty,
there's,
Genoa?
I believe there's 3 townships. I know Orange pretty closely. I don't know the others. I think there's 2 others. And I do know that the agreements are different.
But
Because
they do all have it.
define all.
Genoa, Liberty, and Orange.
Orange does, I don't know which 2 others.
I think Genoa does because I know they're connected with their on base with the county, and they have some other connections with the county.
Okay. And I thought it was Liberty, but Liberty's was different.
Okay. Well, it might be worth when the time comes, looking into what those different agreements are and how they compare. Yeah.
Because Tony is the one that brought that to my attention, that they're different, because I said I wanted the same agreements that the other townships had.
Okay.
So, but I want to, okay, if you notice, this goes good for 30 days.
So we need a second quote, and we should probably communicate that generally we're interested in pursuing this. We would like to do our due diligence and have a second quote, and hope that we can get it within 30 days. If we don't meet that exact deadline, is it okay to have a little flexibility with the quote?
Well, in
If
the
we
quote
need to,
it
just because of
says,
the meeting times.
we can ask.
Ask.
So our next meeting would be the only meeting before the 30 days is up.
That's my concern. So that's why it would be, you know, we appreciate the quote, we are gonna do and try to get an answer to you within 30 days, but we only have one meeting. So ask them if we could extend it to the 28th meeting potentially. Because when's the quote? It was for today? No, it wasn't.
That's when I received it, but that's not when it was written.
Yeah.
Actually, don't see the 10/17. I wonder why I only got it today.
Maybe say because we didn't have it until the 23rd, could we have 2 meetings to make a decision, and we could give him
Well,
a
here's what I'll
definitive
do.
answer on the
I'll ask,
29th of November.
I'll ask for it to be extended to the 28th of,
29th, because that would be the Tuesday, so that if we
understood.
run late.
Okay, got it. And if he says no, then I will get information to you, and you as chair can decide whether you want to call a special meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
So are you guys planning on spending the money this year? Because there was no
No.
appropriation.
No.
Okay.
But it should be taken
But it would
into
be
account
for
for next year.
Next year. And, oh, I did want to ask the board this, because Chief asked me, how we would apportion it, because,
That's a good
he
question.
wanted to have it in the budget, because I told him, I want I don't want any surprises next year, you know, if there's an emergency, there's an emergency, but otherwise, if it's not in the budget, my attitude is it ain't happening. So he turned that on me and said, well, how much of this is going to be fire?
Touche.
And there you go, I trained him well. So my thought in general was half, but I don't know if that's appropriate. They have more employees, but they have more FTEs.
We're the ones that aren't connected
Well, but they're not allowed to use it unless we do
though, unless
this.
we do. I think
And
half,
that's a county rule, not our rule.
I think half using flexed.
They're not using it? I thought they ran it to them for them to use, but they're not using it.
They're using it for EMS, not,
EMS, yeah.
not our fire department. And it's not that they couldn't, but Steve Lewis doesn't really want. Just like it's not wise to irritate you. It's not wise to irritate Steve when he's, you know, I mean.
I just thought they were using it.
So I think that this project should be half, but I think that the 2 connectors for each building should be absorbed by the respective entity.
Okay.
So, turning it on at the fire station should be fire's cost. Turning it on here should be our cost.
Understood. Do you agree? So will you reflect that in the minutes so that, I think that's important. And we're in consensus.
Yeah,
I think it's really good for you for our business.
Okay, anything else with Cheshire Road widening?
Well, there will be more. I sense a favorability of the board, so I will ask Tony to work on those for our next meeting. And hopefully he'll get with Delco, because Delco's not going to like exactly what I've indicated, because they want what they want. And when they started quoting the administrative code, well, we'll go to the administrative code and give them what they need. And then if they need more or for temporary, as I said at the last meeting, I don't really want money for that unless they cause damage, and then they have to fix the damage.
Okay, I agree, and we need to do that. If you could ask Steve one question for me on that, it's a real easy one. Our equipment room is right there in the corner.
Yeah, he looked at it.
Okay, and is that adequate? Because we got the
Yes.
furnace in there, we got the water heater in there,
Yes.
we got all that sort of stuff in there.
So the answer is yes.
Or should we, if we were going to put up an equipment room for our IT stuff and all that sort of stuff, now would be the time to do it, because we're gonna be building a whole new one.
So the answer is, it is adequate. We went in the back and looked at how it would enter into the building, and we did that at the fire station as well. So it's adequate, but I think I'm hearing you say, would it be better to do something different? And I will ask that question.
That's the question, and what I'm thinking of is for in the future, long term. Because right now, we've got it in, if we had a furnace problem or something damaged in there, it could really be a major.
So the question they would ask is, well, where is the other place? So where would the other place?
I don't know, but we might have to build a corner, we might have to do something, but the question is, and we may say, we can't afford to do that, we're gonna put it there. But what I'm asking is that.
Should we make it a priority?
Yeah, and what I'm wanting to look at is for the future, or 5-10 years down, because who knows what the technology is gonna be 10 years from now.
Right.
It may be all Bluetooth or something like that.
Right.
And the fiber may be box-neck.
Yeah, but I thought that in the 70s, and look at what happened to fiber.
Well, we put in a significant amount of money and time at getting that room up to speed, and we were removing those big boxes and a lot of old material, so it's already more compact, and it's good that we have the location right now. I'm inclined to say, let's identify that as the location, move forward with it, not be inhibited or contingent on building out anything or getting our other building up to date and
Okay,
getting those things in.
so that sounds good. So, because they said it was adequate, but I'll still ask the question, would it
Yeah.
be better?
Yeah.
And not delay the project based on that.
Yeah.
But if it's really better, then, and we can,
Make it
Yeah,
work.
if there's a reason to do something else, now could be
the time to
Yeah,
do
a
that.
more attractive time.
yeah.
And it might have been before we ever did all the stuff that we did back then, it might have been.
But they didn't seem bothered by that. Now, they did say, okay, this rack needs to go, this rack needs to go, then we'll do this, and then it'll work much better.
And that's all great, I just I'm not comfortable with the furnace and the water heater and the stuff that's in there being in the same room with all of our electronics, because what we've got is an awful lot of stuff that we're relying on in that room.
Got it?
So can I throw a monkey wrench in this?
No.
I mean, we've talked about building a new township hall. Does that change any of this?
Well,
That would change everything.
oh, well, no, because I somewhat addressed that, because my thought is if we ever did build another township hall, it would be down there, and we would still want this connected, and then we could extend it from the fire station on to the new.
Well, yeah, and we could still have this be the hub for the administrative offices and some other things like that. We'd have to talk
We
about what we
could,
would.
it's not what I would do, but we could do that.
Okay,
But regardless, whether it's here or there, it still works, because you would want that building also connected.
Right.
And so
this will be a township building no matter what.
Yes.
So,
And it may have more offices, may have whatever, but
right,
more technology needs. But, yeah, I'm comfortable with doing it here. I just asking about the room.
yeah.
I got two more things on the road before you get off the
Oh, okay.
power thing.
Yes.
One, I was asked about the water tap size,
Oh, yes.
and I went over to Delco Water and talked to the people. They said we've got the smallest tap size that they have now.
Okay.
And did we need more water, was their question. I said, no, we don't need more water. We've got enough water as it is. Now, the only reason we would need more water is if we went to Sloan valves or something like that in the bathrooms, where you got away from the tanks and the toilets and went to the automatic flush things. We can't handle that with what we've got.
But I don't want to increase it.
So there's no reason to go with more water than what we got right now.
Okay.
I don't see us using a lot more water. Second thing was, the driveway out here, which was the old fire entrance. We've got 3 driveways here. If we close the middle one, or thought about closing it, and use the 2 on each end, then, we pick up about 7 parking spaces in the parking lot, which might be to our advantage to have those. Now would be a good time to do that, but we're thinking about, and we've got a curb cut for the county. I would think they would be willing to do it. And they can haul off all of the material and get it and make it look nice and do all that sort of stuff. I asked the guys in the roads department, didn't have a problem with it. When the fire trucks come in here to use the fuel tank, which eventually is gonna be down at the fire station anyhow, they come out over here and go out on there. And that doesn't get used much. It's a convenient place to drive into the garage, but there's nothing that says we couldn't drive in just the way we are. And now would be a good time to do that.
Do you want me to ask Tiffany about that?
Yeah, ask about that, and the thing is, I don't think it should cost us anything, because getting rid of a curb cut should be worth a lot to the county.
I have no
We've got
objection
three
to
curb cuts that are real close together.
That's fine.
We just need for the 2 entrances to the cemetery to be
Yeah.
substantial enough to bring concrete trucks and that sort of thing.
No problem with me. Okay.
That's all I
Anything else
have.
with widening? Fiber, okay. Collective bargaining.
There is no news.
Okay,
Well, that's not a good thing.
Well,
There's-
yeah.
There's just no news.
I understand.
One of the things, I mean, we might need to, one of the things that we said we were going to do once collective bargaining had concluded was also look at our handbook on a consistent basis. So I'm wondering if maybe we should have,
I can tell you our next meeting date though.
okay,
And, the mediator will be there.
okay, great.
So nothing has happened, but that doesn't mean nothing is going to continue.
Sure.
And the date of that is Election Day, November 7th.
Very good. And I wonder if maybe we should consider having our handbook updated according to the organizational meeting each year, rather than attached to anything like this.
I think
moving forward.
that might make sense.
We can do that. This time we can just wait, but going forward, just have an annual update in December each year. Or even if it's not, even if there's no changes to it, just intentionality behind it. Okay. Next item is electronic fund transfer RFP resolution and companies for electronic payment devices. All right. So, I sent along via email, the feedback that Mr. Stucco had provided related to the RFP language, Claudia. And so you have all of that feedback to update that RFP, and you can move forward with that RFP after we modify the language within the second resolution that includes all of the electronic payment device mechanisms. So what I have sent the board for consideration, let's go to this real quick. Is a red line version of the resolution as it was adopted. And could you give me the resolution number, the resolution that we repealed and replaced? I think that was. And so, and that has the modification of section E in there. So in section E, we identified the financial devices as credit cards and or charge cards for payment via credit card readers at the township office and via online internet payments for zoning purposes. In modifying this to match the Ohio Revised Code provision, the Ohio Revised Code states that financial transaction device includes a credit card, debit card, charge card, or prepaid or stored value card, or automated clearinghouse network debit card, credit, debit, or e-check entry that includes but is not limited to accounts receivable and internet-initiated point of purchase and telephone-initiated applications or any other device or method for making electronic payment and transfer of funds. That is the language provided by the Ohio Revised Code, and I think that's the language we should amend the resolution to adopt with respect to financial transaction devices.
So we're gonna repeal and replace?
I was thinking we would amend the resolution to clarify section E and bring it in line with
Clarify or to change?
change.
Yeah.
So would you like to repeal
I
and
have
replace?
no preference, I just wanted to know what you were doing.
Mr. Stucco advised that we could simply amend the resolution. I also do have this red line version available and ready if we wanted to repeal and replace. Is there a specific preference of the board?
Can I ask, Claudia, do you have a preference? I don't care.
Okay.
I can't find when we repealed and replaced.
When was that meeting? Let me see. if I can find it.
Back to November, September 11th.
I think it might have been before that.
No, it was November 11th,
September 11th?
or September, yeah.
Okay.
So we repealed 230815 with 230910.
230910. Okay.
So
and we would be replacing section E of 230910. And in replacing section E with 23 and 230910 with what the language is I provided, that is already the language that's in your section of the RFP. So you wouldn't need to modify that portion of the language. Does that make sense? Okay. Move to amend resolution 230910, the resolution authorizing the acceptance of payments by financial transaction devices for township expenses and designating the township fiscal officer as an administrative agent to solicit proposals from the financial institutions issuers of financial transaction devices and processors of financial transaction devices. And within this amendment, to alter section E, to state the board authorizes the following types of financial transaction devices to be accepted upon the condition that an agreement setting forth the terms and conditions for payment using such financial transaction device is entered into with the issuing financial institutions, issuers, and financial transaction devices and processors of financial transaction devices. Financial transaction device includes credit card, debit card, charge card, or prepayment or stored value card, or automated clearinghouse network credit, debit, or e-check entry that includes but is not limited to accounts receivable and internet-initiated point of purchase and telephone-initiated applications or other devices or methods for making electronic payment or transfer device funds. This would be via our credit card readers as well as online internet payments on webpage through third-party provider.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler, or trustee O'Brien. Discussion,
Fine.
please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Randall,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
So do you have the good copy? Because this is,
Good enough.
everything I'm typing in is coming out red.
For the resolution or for the RFP?
The resolution,
You can just do, turn off the review track changes. And now, the RFP, there were a couple of clerical items that were adjusted. You can see the email of Mr. Stucco's feedback, but you can make those adjustments, Claudia. There were just a couple grammar points and a couple other items. I think they're pretty straightforward, but you can retain the portion that he calls out as needing to be modified.
so I don't have it.
Okay, so if you have any questions about the RFP, you can just get with me and I can clarify it, but we can move forward with the RFP for that once those changes are updated. And I'm glad because now we're in better alignment with the revised code, so. We were in compliance before, but this just articulates explicitly what is in the Ohio revised code right now. Okay, next up is township administrative position. Spoke with Dave Riepenhoff. I had planned to have this by the end of last week, so I do apologize. I sent it along as soon as I had received it, which was, I believe, at 5:15 this evening or so. So let me bring this up now. Okay. And so I described to Dave what we were looking for based on our discussions as a board, and he sent forward the job description. He makes certain to explicate this is in accordance with Ohio Revised Code Section 505, both read to and others as assigned. We talked about some of the things that had come up in discussion, and it sounded to me, and we can modify this as needed, but it sounded to me as if there were requirements, non-negotiables for our board, but there were also preferences for our board. And so he has, he has listed the qualifications of at least 5 years prior work experience in a public agency, preferably within or supporting township operations, and a bachelor's degree from an accredited university is required. He indicates a strong preference for either a Juris Doctor degree or master's degree in an applicable field, preferably in public management, project management, developmental administration, and planning, through a master's degree in public administration and business administration will be considered the right candidate. So that's the preferred qualification. Strong background in zoning, possesses and maintains a valid driver's license, must remain bonded and insured and remain insurable. The essential job functions would be to assist the development assist in the development, administration, enforcement, and execution of policies and resolutions of the Board of Trustees, including personnel, financial, legal, and administrative policies in the township. So we had talked about them having that strong ability to manage people. I think that's what he was getting at here. Supervise and direct the activities of the affairs of the divisions of township government under control and jurisdiction of Board of Trustees. Directly supervise department heads of the township and report to the Board of Trustees about township personnel matters and about the department operations. Attend all the meetings of the Board of Trustees unless excused from those meetings by the board. I mentioned I want them here, writing up the resolutions, helping our meetings go smooth and maybe shorter because there's, a lot of things that had already been worked out by them. Recommend measures, attend and represent the Board of Trustees at other meetings between the township and other public agencies and with business groups and citizens, as well as at conferences and seminars. Recommend measures, motions, resolutions, contracts, agreements, and policies for review and adoption by the Board of Trustees. Prepare and submit to the board updates, reports, drafts, budgets, and other such reports required by the board, or as necessary or as advisable to apprise the board of township matters. This was in response to me saying I want them to be able to manage projects and have that project management background. And I told them, I know that we're looking for probably a person that doesn't exist. But I would like to start with the ideal candidate and then see what we have come up.
Could we,
Yeah.
I would like to see that change to prepare.
When did you say that? Which one?
Says recommend measures, I'd like to see those brought in a state that we can move forward on, not in a state that we sit around and talk about.
Understood.
And things brought, and it doesn't mean that we won't go through.
Right, exactly. And to that,
But it's a point that it could be done.
yes, and I'm in total agreement. I also would like to add to that, it talks about, they'll prepare resolutions. But I want, because I've dealt in situations where they did that, but they didn't really do what I felt needed to be done. And what needed to be done was a resolution for and a resolution against, and then let the board decide. So if any one of us trustees say, I want one for, they write it. If one of us says, I want one against, they write it, and then we hash it out. And they don't have to get in the middle of that.
Right.
But I feel that they need to make a competent resolution for and against if requested.
Okay, so let me, that all makes sense, let me just.
And I want them to be required to do that
Yeah.
because,
And you don't have to do it right now.
right,
But that's the kind of thing that I'd like to see.
They're really preparing resolutions, not
Yes.
motions.
Right. That's why I'm,
Well-
I recommend.
there is a statutory difference between motions and resolutions.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm saying they're preparing resolutions, because resolutions are written. Motions are verbal.
Well, you can also have a written motion. It makes no sense to do them, so I don't really want to go into it,
Okay.
but there is.
I'd be curious to hear more, though, maybe not.
Not really.
Maybe not in this context, but.
And as we gain confidence in the person, the amount of debate will go down.
Exactly,
Uh,
I think so.
maybe a little bit.
Because
I mean,
we won't be fighting
Maybe
over
that's-
wordsmithing, and we won't have to sit here and wordsmith.
Like we are right now.
Right.
Prepare motions, prepare measures, motions, and resolutions, both in favor, in support, in favor of, and against for the board's consideration. And then I'm gonna separate this out into a second one then, because then we have maintain contracts, agreements, and policies for review and adoption to the Board of Trustees.
Yes, now, this just popped in my head. Something that's needed is they need to maintain a calendar of contracts. So when they need to be renewed, if there's an evergreen, it's not really an evergreen because you can cancel it, but it really is an evergreen because unless you cancel it, it continues. That needs to be brought before the board's attention. So they need to do that.
And bring before the board for, in a timely manner to, maintain, efficient operations.
That
So
meets the need, but it doesn't tell them what.
maintain a calendar of contracts, including evergreen contracts, and bring before the board in a timely manner to retain, for the purpose of efficient operations.
You might put evergreen in quotations because they're not truly an evergreen because evergreens aren't allowed. But you understand the point that you have a right to
Can I
cancel.
say ongoing?
Yes.
For the purpose of efficient operations. Okay. Can I read the rest of these? And feel free to stop if you need
Well, I want to go back.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Prepare measures, motions, and resolutions, both in favor of and against, for the board's consideration. Maintain contract agreements and policies for review and adoption by the Board of Trustees. Maintain a calendar of contracts, including ongoing contracts, and bring before the board in a timely manner for the purpose of efficient operations. Prepare and submit to the board updates, reports, draft budgets, and other such reports required by the board or as necessary or advisable to apprise the board of township matters. Keep the Board of Trustees fully advised on the financial conditions of the township. Prepare and submit to the Board of Trustees approval of the annual budgets of the township and other financial reports as necessary. Does that make sense to have that? Okay. Maintain the township's relationship with vendors and contractors. Maintain regular, predictable, in-person attendance at the township work sites and locations. Work irregular hours, e.g. evenings, nights, evening, nights, weekends, or overtime as appropriate or necessary. Communicate constructively and professionally at all times with the Board of Trustees and with township officials, employees, vendors, contractors, citizens, other public officials, offices, and all others while performing as the township administrator.
So on overtime, aren't they an exempted employee?
Yeah, they are exempted, and he says they're salaried.
So they would not get overtime.
Yeah, correct, so I'll remember that. So I'll say, work irregular hours, e.g. evenings, nights, weekends, as appropriate or necessary. Perform all such additional duties as the Board of Trustees may determine by resolution. Do we need to determine it by resolution to add any other duties, or can we say perform any additional duties as assigned by the Board of Trustees?
Well, I have a question. The answer is yes, but, so, the way we currently operate, we're liaisons. So, the way I would tend to think it would be is that, if I assign him something with fire, that would be in my purview. If you assign him something with roads or cemetery, that would be purview. If you had zoning issues or building issues for this building, that would be in your purview. But if I wanted him to do a roads thing, I would come to the board and say, hey, board, I think we should assign this. Does that make sense?
That needs to go in our liaison stuff.
Yes, but.
Well, but we should have it reflected in terms of, basically working with the board or the assigned liaison
Yes, because
language.
Because I think, you know, if a truck breaks down, as liaison, I want to be able to go to them and say, hey, take care of this. And I don't care that you've got a zoning issue, deal with it now.
Well, and that's part of the job of having three bosses.
Yeah. So, but I want to have that authority when it comes to fire. Now, I can't really say, I don't care. Well, I can say I don't care about zoning. He'd have to call you and say, hey, can I get out of this? I wouldn't say, you don't have to do this.
Well, so there's some time management component here that we should have included, like must be able to manage competing priorities
Yes.
between different liaisons at any given time and maintain communication between those liaisons.
Right. Well, and see, the beauty of having an administrator is I can deal with him with fire and then he can communicate to you two about fire.
Right.
So we're not making a decision, but you know what's going on and you can say, hey, I need a meeting so that.
And I want to go back about 4 or 5 dots, change a word.
Okay. This is why we need an administrator. Exactly why. Okay, but I'm glad we're having this discussion because I think it really is gonna make a huge difference. Okay, what word do you want?
If you go up to the one that says manage townships relationship, I would like that to be either supervise the boards, and I'm not willing to delegate our authority, because I believe that's what that does. And I don't want to do that. I think our authority should be, it's up about 4 or 5 dots. I think it's that one.
Maintain contracts, agreements.
Manage. Did I get it?
Manage the township's relationships. With vendors and contractors.
Supervise is fine, because I don't want to issuing contracts or making change orders or any of that sort of stuff.
I definitely do not want him to
So
change.
we'll say supervise the township's relationship with vendors and contractors as assigned by the board.
Right, I like it. I think that
Yes, makes sense.
delegates our authority.
So what I'm gonna do is I'll go back through these essential job function bullet points, and I will look to include where it says board of trustees, where it's appropriate here to say board of trustees or the designated liaison. And so I'll update that so that that hopefully captures your feedback sufficiently. So then the essential job functions. Assist in the development, administration, enforcement, and execution of the policies and resolutions of the Board of Trustees, including personnel, financial, legal, and administrative policies of the township.
Can I go back to what you said before?
Yeah, about the liaison.
Yeah, on the or. It's, you've got the intent, right? But what I don't want him or her, more likely to be her lately, it's just like, but anyway, to play one against the other, because he can, or she can say, it says or. So it's, the liaison has the same authority, but if the board rules over that liaison, they follow what the board says.
Understood. I get it. Let me think through how to massage the language to capture that intent.
Because I
I get what you're saying, and I want to go to the liaison language, because I thought we did great work at articulating the role of the liaison and how, anybody can go talk to any department, and we can always, anybody can bring something before the board. It's not that, but it should be, the boards should always trump an individual liaison's will.
Yes.
And I don't think that we have needed to make that
Exactly.
so clear
Because we're
historically.
working great,
Yeah,
but there are times boards don't work great.
well, and specifically, you guys' concerns with having an administrative joint previously was exactly because they're in the perfect position to be able to have to make that clear.
Yes.
Because of how we've seen those positions play out in other townships, and that's a real concern that we need to capture here, so.
And I think when you have clarity in the job description, they don't have to guess.
No,
Because sometimes they're not being bad people,
no, yes,
but they're trying to do what they think they're supposed to do,
right,
which gets them in trouble because you get a new person on the board and they're fired.
it's our job to make it as clear as possible, and this is definitely a needed area of
Yeah,
clarity.
because they really should never be fired when they're following the policy. And when, their statement should be, change the policy, I would do as a direct, because they always should do what they're directed.
Okay, essential job functions. Assist in the development, administration, enforcement, and execution of policies and resolutions of the board of trustees, including personnel, financial, legal, and administrative policies of the township. I'd like to say inclusive of, but not limited to. And say those items, and then say as directed by the board of trustees or a designated liaison.
Yeah, you could just have a blanket statement
Above,
above that says,
Yeah,
whenever a board makes a decision, it trumps it.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to write it 15 times.
supervise and direct the activities of the affairs of the divisions of the township government.
That's wordy.
That's, I'm gonna say supervise the activities of, the township departments under the control or jurisdiction of the board of trustees. I know what he's meaning by that, but it would be.
So what they're saying is he can't direct the
Just-
BC.
Yeah, exactly, or BZA. So let's say, can we say, instead of control, should we say purview?
I like that.
Purview, and or just and? Jurisdiction of the board of trustees, I like and or.
Do you need and or? Under the,
If it's in their purview, is it in their jurisdiction,
under their,
purview? Under the purview and jurisdiction?
because I don't think you need a conjunction, it's just a,
Yeah, I think purview is the same as jurisdiction in this case.
I think so.
Should
But
we
you could
use
just
jurisdiction
say
as-
purview under their jurisdiction, is really what I was saying.
Well, you can't use there, under the jurisdiction of a board.
Yeah.
Okay. Directly supervise the department heads of the township and report to the board of trustees about township personnel matters and about department operations.
Yes, I think that's good, but question. Do you think that they should report to the liaison before they report to the board? Because if he's gonna make a major recommendation about fire, I wanna know about it ahead. I don't wanna say, no, you can't make that recommendation, but I wanna know about it ahead, so that I can say, no, do I agree or do I not agree? I can research it.
I like that. I think we may wanna, if that's the case, we may want to make clear what supervision is too. So by supervise, what do we mean? Which we can maybe do in the handbook also. So directly supervise the department heads of the township. In consultation with
I
the
like
board of trustees.
that. And the liaison.
In consultation. In consultation with the liaison and the board of trustees with regards to personnel matters and about department operations. That's enough for a job description, right? And remember, we're gonna be updating these things each year too, so if we need to attend all meetings of the board of trustees unless excused from those meetings by the board, go with that. Attend and represent the board of trustees, this was maybe something we wanna look at too. And I'm going back through these because you mentioned you had some, okay. Attend and represent the board of trustees at other meetings between the township and other public agencies and with businesses, groups, and citizens, as well as at conferences and seminars. I would like to say as assigned and designated by the board.
I like it. And if you have the best administrator, you won't have to do that too much.
Right.
They'll make the request and we'll approve it. But there are some that will become conference.
Judges. Yeah, prepare measures, motions, and resolutions, both in favor of and against for the board's consideration. And then we already looked at everything below. So are we good with the key functional responsibilities now? Okay, knowledge, skills, and abilities. The administrator must possess the knowledge, skills, and abilities as necessary to successfully perform the essential functions of the position, whether or not listed in this job description. Comprehensive knowledge of township functions, processes, and operations, as well as knowledge of laws and regulations affecting the township. General and working knowledge of federal, state, and local laws and regulations, and procedures regulating township operations. Knowledge of supervisory principles and techniques, human relations, public relations, accounting, and budgeting. Comprehensive working knowledge of Microsoft Office software, including Word, Outlook, Excel, PowerPoint, and software programs such as Google products and Zenith technology. Strong communication skills, strategic and critical thinking skills, ability to work in a capacity that requires a high degree of trust, initiative, and independence, and judgment, and the ability to function discreetly and maintain privacy. Ability to develop and maintain effective working relationships with others, and present a positive public image on behalf of the township. Ability to comprehend and interpret laws and regulations applicable to the township. Ability to schedule work and to timely and effectively manage projects and personnel to achieve time-critical objectives. Some of this is a little bit, it just needs cleaned up a little bit. He might have been a little rushed. There's a lot of ands.
Oh.
So
He likes long sentences.
a lot of ands. So I'll keep the essence of all of these, but I might cut out an and or two if you guys are okay with it, and make like a list or something. Ability to define and solve problems, collect data, establish facts, draw valid conclusions using judgment and analytical skills. Ability to communicate timely, professionally, and effectively, both orally and written. Ability to work effectively with members of the public who may be upset, distraught, irate, emotionally or mentally or otherwise unable to function within reasonable range of constructive behaviors. Ability to work independently under time-sensitive deadlines and achieve goals. Ability to organize and maintain large volumes of information and paperwork. And ability to effectively program plan independently and in collaboration with internal staff units and outside agencies.
Can we go back a little bit?
Sure.
Ability to request assistance when appropriate. I think you need ability to recognize and request. Because I don't want them to be afraid to do that.
Mhm.
And something else that we don't have in here at all is maintaining records, written records of what he's done or what he or she has done as far as communications and things with other people, because that's something that's going to affect the bite us later on.
Ability to maintain written records and reports about, the activities, or about this, with respect to the activities and events, the position is engaged with on a regular, engaged with, ability to maintain written records, reports with respect to activities and events.
The person has participated.
For which the position participates. Little English. For which the participant is engaged.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Anything else?
No, there's just those two. Okay, just a general couple of things.
Okay, do you have anything else with the?
No, I have to go way to the very beginning, but
What
we
do you
can finish
mean?
first.
Wait, I did the beginning stuff. You mean qualifications?
Yes, the preferences.
Okay, we can get back to that.
Okay, two things. What I would do, and this is Genoa Township, I talked to Renee, and I talked to Paul Wise. And Paul, I think, is a pretty good administrator, does a pretty good job. I'm asking for a copy of his job description, just to see if we're missing anything or if there's stuff that should be there and all that. And get Renee to agree that he could read this over and make some comments on it. Because I like the job Paul does, and the way I work with him.
I like, the way that Paul works. My kind of staple example is Michelle Bonnie in Orange.
Yes,
I think she does a phenomenal job.
I think you've got two of the better ones that have been around.
Yeah, and so what I can do is, so here's the next steps. I'll reach out to Renee, I'll reach out to Trustee Faust and see if I can get their job descriptions from Orange and Genoa. I will reach out to Dave to get this stuff corrected a little bit, and just make certain that our updates are good. And so I'll send a final draft, as well as the two other job descriptions to the board, and then we can talk about it in the next meeting. The Genoa and Orange.
Okay.
So you guys can review what
I
our,
thought we were gonna go through another whole.
well, we probably are. I mean, because what you'll do is you guys will review Genoa and Oranges.
No,
And if
no,
you
no,
see-
I thought we had another position. We were gonna go through.
Oh, no, yeah. So, and then we'll keep this on the agenda for next time, and then next time we'll really want to look to approve. Now, the only other item for this, and we'll go back to qualifications, would be the pay range. Dave wanted to know what pay range we would be thinking through. We don't have to give that answer tonight if we don't want to. But I had a number. I didn't know if you guys had a number in mind generally, a range for an ideal position. I'm not talking about if we find somebody that's 50% qualified, has some but not all. Talking about an ideal state, what those qualifications are and what we think.
So the question I would have is, are we only going to take that highly qualified candidate?
In my view, the way that we've written this job description, it's only the highly qualified candidate.
Okay.
If we find another candidate that we like, we can put them in another job, in another role,
Okay,
but not this one.
okay, So then I can go on the higher side. If we're even thinking of a maybe person, I don't wanna,
Agreed.
Yeah,
okay,
because the administrator can cause us more problems than we can deal with.
yes. And so I'd far rather have no one than,
I agree with that. I would rather have no one than an administrator who is not ready for the job.
right, and they could be in another job that we.
But I would also be okay with having somebody fill, for example, the township operations specialist.
Right, but that's different,
Yeah, and filling in that.
because it's statutorily different too, because an administrator has much more power to act on our behalf. An operation manager, they do the grunt work, but they can't bind us to some of the things that the administrator can.
Yeah, okay, so let's go up to the qualifications before we say a number, if we even want to share a number tonight, we have to have it for next meeting, certainly, but I'm gonna divide out the qualifications between required and preferred.
It's where you get to the preferred, then
Okay.
I wanted to, can you start off with the wording of the preferred?
Yeah, so I'm gonna put this down, I'm gonna separate them in a little bit out, but, it was, possess and maintain a valid driver's license should go up to required.
Yes.
So then the preferred is strong preference for either a Juris Doctorate degree or master's degree in an applicable field, preferably in public management, project management, development, administration, or planning through a master's degree in public administration or business administration. Though a master's degree in public administration or business administration will be considered with the right candidate.
I'd make that a preference, not a strong preference.
If we're paying what I was thinking we would pay,
Okay, but
I want a JD or a master's in planning and regional planning and zoning stuff. That's what Bonnie has, that's what, Berkshire, Tyler Lane has, Kevin Vaughn. Does Paul Wise have a master's degree?
So, but there's other things that could have a master's degree in that would work.
Okay, I'm fine with that, and I'm fine with saying, I would like to retain strong, but I'll make it broader. How about that?
Well, let's read what you said.
Okay. Strong preference for a Juris Doctorate degree or master's degree in an applicable field. Okay. Strong background in zoning. Well, the must is required.
Needs to be township zoning,
Yes,
because that's dramatically different.
yes, I totally agree.
Completely. Okay, so then under required qualifications, at least 5 years prior work experience in a public agency, preferably within or supporting township operations. A bachelor's degree from an accredited university.
Can we go back, and this is not a I want, but a question. Township, and maybe I'd be okay with county. Because counties operate statutorily very similar to a township.
Township and or.
But I would not a municipality of any kind, no.
So different, it's way too different. Okay, possess and maintain a valid driver's license, must remain bonded and or insured and remain insurable.
Yeah, I'm pretty okay with everything else you said.
Okay, and then I added, must be able to manage time and competing interests of, the board while communicating with designated liaisons. Okay, then the job objectives, the administrator is, I'm gonna say, the township administrator is a management level salaried exempt position performing the duties defined in the Ohio Revised Code section 505032 and others as assigned. The administrator serves as the administrative head of the township under the direction and supervision of the board of trustees. The administrator serves at the pleasure of the board. The administrator directly supervises each of the township's heads and is responsible to assure the effectiveness and efficiency of the overall day-to-day management of all township functions and activities now. Of all activities under the board, under the jurisdiction of the board of trustees.
So we have supervised, but I'm not seeing them evaluate. Do they evaluate the heads of each department?
Isn't that what supervises means?
I would want, if they're to do that, it to be abundantly clear, because fire chiefs oftentimes rub up against township administrators in not a positive way, and that's just the way the rules are. So if they're to do it, I'd like it to be spelled out so that it's.
Supervises and evaluates each of the township heads. And I don't want to call it township heads either. I want to call it, what are they, their director, well,
I think that's a question for Dave, because
okay.
we could get ourselves in trouble with that one word.
Well, what I would want to do actually here is I would want to say which positions actually are reporting to them.
Well, I would think head of zoning, head of cemetery, head of.
Well, yeah, but let's say, for example, like we have road superintendent. I would think that person would report to them. But we don't really have we have zoning, we have an inspector right now, we have a clerk. We may want eventually a director of zoning and parks and trails or something like that. We may want an intermediate position there.
That's a whole night discussion. I don't know that I'm ready to go there.
And I'm not saying we have to do it now. I'm just saying,
We'll solve that one.
I don't think we have a position that is technically serving as the head of zoning right now. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's because.
We have a zoning inspector.
Well, but that's because of the division of the powers that the statute lays out.
Mhm.
So there never will be one that really is,
Well, but Orange has a director of zoning.
but they're not really able to tell BZC or,
The zoning inspector.
yeah, there's OZC, but, or the BZA, they can't tell them what to do. They also can't really tell the clerk of those boards what to do.
Not with respect to the boards.
No, they can't tell the clerk what to do, because if the commission says, clerk, I want you to work 40 hours on this, you have to work 40 hours, and the the administrator can't say, no, you don't. And what they can say is, you have this much amount of money, you have to stay within that. They can say that.
I'll talk with Dave about it. And then, so were you thinking the chief position too? So chief position, road superintendent, and then the question would be.
Cemetery sextons, I think each should do that too.
Yeah, I also kind of think that cemetery and roads could end up having a
They might,
director.
but right now they're not,
Yeah.
and so they would, I envision until that happens, and that might be an okay thing. But until then, I think the cemetery sextons would.
So if the sextons would report to the administrator for now, then I would say, under that same argument, the zoning inspector and zoning clerk will report to the administrator.
Do you mean zoning secretary?
zoning secretary, yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
So it wouldn't be department heads is the whole point. It would be laying out what positions are explicitly
I'm okay with
going to
that.
be reporting to them for now. Is that okay? Okay. Okay. That's all I have.
I got two things. One is I want him to represent the board in a positive way. Okay, and by that, what I mean is I don't want him to be a person that, I want him to take, somebody wants to have a ditch dug in front of their house. And they can go and they can say, no, I don't want to do this, it's trustees, so I got to do this. Okay?
Right.
I don't want that. What I wanted to say is the reason you're going to do this is because it's the right thing to do.
Right.
And the trustees are very supportive of doing this for these reasons.
And
So ability to develop and maintain effective working relationships with others and present a positive public image on behalf of the township and board of trustees. I added the board of trustees. Is that okay?
However you want to say it, I don't care what the person's view is, but I do care the way they represent.
Yeah, the
Right,
way they represent.
right. Well, and going with that, and I believe that they should represent what the board has directed and not go into, well, two of the board says this. No, the board said it. And don't go into the one that disagrees. The board has directed this so that they don't cause conflict. The board directed this. There's not an opposing opinion. If you want an opposing opinion, go to the board and see what's going on. But the board has directed me to do this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I do. I'm trying to think of how to
It's a difficult thing to say.
it's really, you're saying, implement the majority decision of.
Well, the decision of the board, whether or not it's.
Implement the decision of the board, whether or not unanimous.
Right, but in that, I want them to not denigrate the one that's in the minority.
Anybody, no.
They shouldn't care. The board has directed this. Don't go into. And if you have the right candidate, they won't go there.
It won't be a problem.
But I just want that to be.
It's the same thing we've all worked ourselves through. We have to make decisions that we may not believe, we may not like, but we make it because the law says that, and the things that we're doing are the things that we have to do or we should do. And that's what the way the person needs to be, the same way.
So I think that in the job description, we should say implement the decisions of the board, faithfully, dutifully, and, and representing in the best spirit possible, so to speak. But I think that what this particular thing is getting at is more social behavioral expectations of somebody.
Yes, but where.
That isn't necessarily captured in the job description.
And that is true. It doesn't mean I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
So where it says present the board in a positive light.
Yeah.
Maybe
you could write even if.
No, to present the entire board in a positive light, whether or not a decision is unanimous or not.
Okay. Ability to maintain effective working relationships with others and present a positive public image on behalf of the township and the entire board of trustees, whether or not decisions are unanimous.
Because I'm going to bring up a lot of those things in a few more lines here.
What? No,
But
I'm just
we're
kidding.
going to work on it, okay?
Yeah.
But we got, and it's important that people be supportive of
Sounds good.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll get you there in a minute.
Okay, sounds good. So we're good with the next steps here with respect to what we're gonna do. Next time, what we'll need to do is look through the orange NOAA descriptions, add anything we think's left out. I'll have a conversation with Dave about the heads discussion and some of these clarifying points. I will send this hopefully a week in advance of the next meeting, so that there's time to review. And then, we also need to decide the salary range at that time.
Yeah, but why don't you toss out, because we're gonna make a decision on this one, I kind of like to work through it.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Not, because I'm not committed to my thought, but I,
So no commitments, just general. What ballpark range were you thinking?
I was thinking 6 figures.
I was thinking 80 to 85.
Okay, I was thinking 85 to 115. So that's pretty,
We're all in the same ballpark.
would you be, let's say, for example, let's say we get a Michelle Bonney or a Paul Wise or something like that. Obviously, you know what their general salaries are right now.
Actually, I don't.
Oh, you don't, okay. They are typically in the 6-figure range, about around that mark. I could also though bring other salaries from other administrators around here if you want. I think at one point I knew Berkshire's was at 115K.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if that's what they brought in Tyler at, but I think that's what Kevin
That's how
was
I
at.
got to 6 figures.
Mhm. So,
Well, because I only want a star, I will have to pay for a star. Doesn't mean I want to pay for a star, but I don't want not a star.
yeah, and I'm fine with doing around 85 if it meets the requirements, if not the preferences. So maybe we'll have that as the range
And
generally, or adjust according to. I'll get the other
Well,
administrators.
because sometimes people are, if you're flexible to their needs, money isn't the number one thing.
Mhm.
But I don't know how flexible we'll be on time. and
I
things
don't
like that.
want to be very flexible on this position.
I agree.
Okay, very good. Well, because I do believe that people's personal talents and abilities can really help morph and shape roles that they're very productive in.
Right,
But we have a strong need right now
Yes.
for these things.
But let's say you had a superstar who wanted to work, was retired, wants to work 30 hours a week. Would you be willing for that superstar who is retired, who has demonstrated all this, and only wants to work 30 hours? See, I'm not willing to give in on ability and credentials, that type of thing. But we have no administrator now, and so if we had somebody at 30 hours, if we had that star, I would be flexible in that realm, not in.
We need somebody, in my view, we need it full-time because we need to be able to say, here's all the things that need to get done this week. And the capacity of this position is a full-time plus, in my view. Attending our meeting alone is a 6-hour endeavor,
And they have to prep for it.
And
They
they
can't just
and
show
they
up.
have a good, think about what we all put in collectively to prepare for this meeting. So I think it has to be full-time and they have to be able to work under our timeline and in our, even if they're a superstar, because if a superstar, needs that flexibility, can't be at this meeting, can't be at that meeting, already worked their 30 hours, now we're going into questions of overtime, right?
I understand, and I'm not in disagreement, but what are your thoughts?
And my thought is that we're starting with a clean piece of paper, person is. So we gotta build an organization, he does.
For sure.
And either he comes in with the experience and he's able to do it, or we gotta train him.
Yeah, no.
And-
And I
and-
don't want to be, I don't
Well,
want to be,
and-
I don't want to be in that mode.
For a couple of reasons. One is it takes a lot of time, but two, if I train them, I'm gonna train them my way. You're gonna train them your way, and that's not what we need. We need somebody who,
And that's
Which
why,
oddly may not be so different.
that's why I would prefer to have someone with some experience. I prefer to pay some more to help us get off with a clean piece of paper and get to a piece of paper, and then later we can modify it.
understand.
But I don't want the first person coming in the door to be someone that we gotta train.
Okay, so with that in
That's how I
mind,
get there.
with what you guys have said, I would be willing to go to 90 to, from 95 to 100.
We'll
But
see.
but I have a hard time going much.
What if we showcased, so let me get some comps. I think that should help inform our decision too. Let's get some comps on what we have in Berkshire, what we have in, the surrounding areas who have administrators, and then let's bring that back to the table and look at it in 2 weeks. Does that sound good?
It sounds like,
So,
I'm gonna lose somehow.
No, I'd be fine with hitting the 100 mark. It just depends on who we have in a lot of ways for me too, so. But I think if we're towards the 80K below range in terms of we have to train them, there's stuff that we're really talking about a specialist or
Right.
manager, we're not talking about an administrator, so.
Right. Now, if we get an excellent operation manager type person
Yeah.
and we don't get that, then we can
I agree, we should
post
adjust,
that.
yeah, we should adjust accordingly.
I
Okay,
thought we were gonna fly through this to change it.
well, we will now, I think that was the big one, I don't know. New hire for full-time road labor.
I was turned down. What I'd like to do is to advertise more. The good news is that LTAP is running a program where you can hire someone that doesn't have a CDL, and they have a computer program to go through and learn all the technical stuff. And then you use the your own trucks to teach them all the driving mechanical stuff that they gotta do on the trucks and that sort of thing. And that's an LTAP program that's available to us.
Is Jesse amenable to that method? Is Jesse amenable to that method?
Yeah, Jesse's amenable to it, and we're all amenable to it, working with it that way. So but I'd like to advertise some more, figure out.
Do you need authorization or,
Pardon?
do you need authorization or do you have enough?
I don't need authorization, I just need help for right now. Job description, which we've had on I believe on the website for a long time. Just like to do a little more publication. Thing is, there's a lot of jobs out there right now for people. Gotta work together.
Yeah, we have listed on the website right now, road labor 1 or 2.
Mhm.
And so, wasn't there an outstanding question?
I answered you based on Jesse's response, if I didn't get one from anybody else.
Well, that would be,
It seemed reasonable response.
I didn't know what to tell them, because you guys come up with different amounts, but. I
No,
don't
no,
know. Give a set,
I thought this answer was pretty good.
okay. Is that all for full-time road labor? Is that all for that?
That's all for that.
Fire,
I'll have something at the next meeting, but, I didn't have Chief come because he didn't have anything really to share, so.
What's the deal with the truck thing you did?
It was delayed a little bit, but it's on its way.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, there was nothing they could do to rush it. But it's on its way.
They gotta fix it, and they gotta do it right. It is what it is.
and we don't have any news on the assistant chief updates?
He is gathering that, putting it together. But we will discuss that at the next meeting.
Very good. So can you have that on the agenda under fire for next meeting?
just the chief position?
Assistant chief.
Assistant Chief, yeah. And he knows it's a priority in the last 2 discussions we've had. And he is working on it. So we'll have discussions.
Okay, very good.
Some of the information that we wrote about, Joe, do we want to do anything probably a little late now, but,
They already did down there.
Yeah, they did down there.
okay.
And then we had our note, and I think it was a really touching way to honor his service to the township, so. Okay, anything else with fire?
No.
Fiscal officer items,
I have some I can either talk now or later.
what is it with respect to?
The ARPA money.
Let's put it as an agenda item for next meeting.
Is it something we should address now, though?
Probably.
Oh, well then, yeah.
Why don't we do it now?
Yeah,
I ran out of what we approved, appropriated at the beginning of the year. So this last payroll, I used money out of the regular funds. So we have $56,487 left. I'd like to have that appropriated so we can finish out the
oh
year
yeah.
in payroll.
So moved.
Second,
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Buller, discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Buller.
yes.
Sorry, I thought you meant like you wanted more time. I didn't realize that was what it was. When you said we can address it now or later.
Oh, no, I meant as a late item.
Oh, okay, got it. Anything else from the fiscal office? Okay, roads department.
Okay, first thing is the 2023 road improvement program. I got it all done. Jesse's looked at it. I haven't looked at it, but I'm gonna look at it. I'm just going to sign it and say that the job is done, unless you all say that there's some reason we should sign it.
This is what has already been completed, right?
That's one thing.
This is what has been completed.
2023 program
That's the
approval and
2023,
acceptance, yeah.
what was done this year.
They need the approval before they can pay them.
So,
Looks good.
I just want to take a look at it.
Do we need a motion?
Yeah.
I think we do, don't we?
Because I was the project manager on the thing, it's up to me to sign it off.
but it's already been appropriated and all that. You're
It
just,
was all appropriated, it was all done, and I was.
But remember what Mr. Stecco had advised us to do, both the appropriation and then when we have the final amount to actually approve that final amount.
Okay, I don't know what the final amount is. I can figure it out. Do you know what it is, Claudia? What the final bill was on that? I was just gonna sign up and see what it is.
well, he's signing off on the completion.
If he's signing off on the release of the money, we're supposed to do that.
But that's not what he said here. He's just signing off so that it's been completed.
If the job's completed.
Yeah.
And
But we should approve the final amount
Mhm.
as a board as well.
Okay.
And we should be doing that for most of our projects where we have the budgeted amount that we allow for the liaison, and then we get the final amount. Remember that discussion?
Okay, we'll get that.
Yeah.
The 2024 program.
Was that Shelley?
What?
That was Shelley, right?
I will get this signed and get it back to Clint.
what she was asking, is it Shelley or Shelley and Sands that did it?
It's
I
Shelley.
don't know how to do it.
I'm showing their balance of 263, 176.80 in here.
And that's what we've appropriated.
And then the final bill hasn't been sent yet.
Okay, 2024 road improvement program, we're gonna put a list of roads together, but one of the questions that Jesse had, and one of the questions that the board needs to consider is we've got some subdivisions that have roads with ditches and no curb and gutter, and those roads need to be repaired, or the streets can be repaired. And the best way to repair it is with chip and seal. And what we would like to do, the best solution is to put chip and seal with a fog seal on it that,
With the what seal?
fog seal, and what you do is you spray it so it looks black.
Okay.
Okay, so it doesn't look gray, you don't have the dust, you don't have these sorts of things. Some people have a very negative opinion of chip and seal, but chip and seal is a really good way to fix a road. And what you do is you take the tar, you put the tar down, spray it on the road, it'll go down on the cracks, seal the cracks, and then you put the gravel on top of it, and it sticks, and you get it all in place, and you paint it black with the fog seal. Really, it's a better repair than putting blacktop on.
So what does this fog seal do? Is it to,
Makes it black. That's all it does.
it doesn't,
It's just paint.
Okay, it lays the dust.
Hold the dust down quite a bit.
It'll hold the dust down, the gray dust.
but does it make the life of the road longer? So it doesn't keep water out of the,
It's like,
okay,
it's like spraying over black paint.
Okay, so-
It's very thin, it's an aesthetic thing, sort of thing.
so let
The
me
county does
ask,
that a lot too.
I'm sorry,
The county does it a lot.
So- let me ask this, does it help on the striping?
Yeah, depends on.
Because it seems to me on chip and seal, sometimes the striping isn't so.
The striping doesn't show very good. The good news is the black really makes it look like a blacktop road. Okay, it'll be a little bit rougher because the gravel will be individually there. They don't get pat down with the tar that kind of squishes up between it. It's not quite as smooth. But that's also good for ice and that sort of thing.
Sure.
Get a little more traction.
Yes.
So it's not bad. And the really good thing is the tar goes down the cracks in the road, seals those off and keeps the water out of the bottom. Put blacktop on about 3 to 5 years, maybe 7 years, the cracks are the alligator is gonna come up through and you get blacktop.
Yeah.
This is something that should last longer.
So I normally wouldn't be for it, but because of the striping issue, I think I might be for that.
That's what we were gonna, that's our recommendation, we will put it in the program that way. And the reason is it's a better thing to do. The perception a lot of people have is, oh, that's the old way of doing it, and we don't do it that way anymore. Well, we did Everlow this year, and the whole Everlow road is chip and seal. There's no blacktop there, but it's a pretty decent road now. When we first started, it was a mess. It was. And
It was hardly a road.
we made it into something that's a pretty good road. We've done the same thing with Sweeney Road, we've done it with a lot of other roads.
Sweeney Road's not so great, but
I have some concerns with regards to the weight capacity on the road. So Haverlow, it's not high traffic, it's not heavy weights, and we actually looked into chip and seal for our own driveway, and at the time, this was just a couple of years ago, the key things that came up were that that moisture actually still does get under and pushes up the roads. Chip and seal is vulnerable to that more so than asphalt. Is that your understanding or not?
Usually what happens is it gets soft underneath, and then the road tends to crack, and that's where the.
Especially with heavier weight and higher traffic, right?
And it doesn't have to be lots of traffic, it doesn't have to have lots of weight.
But I'm saying that would
Depends on
exacerbate the problem for chip and seal quicker than for asphalt. And so, I mean, not that it matters that much if you got your vote and your consensus is fine, but I would say on smaller roads like Haverlow or something like that would, I wouldn't be in opposition to it, but on larger roads, even on Sweeney Road or something like Sweeney or larger, I'm not particularly a fan because of the variability. It's not even because of what I was told was a moisture concern, getting underneath and cracking the roads because of the traffic and the weight. But that's maybe I have a misperception of some of that as well. So.
You're correct on the top part, but the real problem isn't the top part, it's the foundation. The foundation is the problem with the road, because you don't have a good base under it. then the road is allowed to move as the big trucks go on.
See,
As big things go down the road.
where I was gonna go is that if we were to go to asphalt, I'd wanna first basically tear up the road and start over, which is a huge expense, and I would only wanna do that under OPWC. So I don't disagree with your analysis, but I agree with the cost.
Right.
And like for me, I think Sweeney Road is awful, but I wouldn't do anything different.
I agree on that, we all agree that Sweeney Road it's a mess.
Yeah.
It's rough, but there aren't a lot of breaks in it. It is, rough, but the surface is actually pretty well covered.
Well, yes, but part of the problem too is that it's not, I know you don't want it flat, but it's not flat. I mean, there are sections on that it really goes.
Drops, and it's not crowned in a lot of places to drain off the road.
Yeah, so,
Right.
but what it needs to be, if it were more highly trafficked, is torn up and started all over again. It needs a base and it needs the whole thing, which we're not gonna do. I'd love to have it done, but we're not gonna
It's
do
$1.5
it.
million project, $2 million project.
But to put asphalt on top of that would be, I think, a waste of money because it would just.
It doesn't have a decent foundation underneath.
Right.
And it's the same thing with the subdivisions. The subdivisions, if you look, I follow the developers, they don't mind building streets in the subdivision, but they really balk at building the arterial roads. It's what we're fighting with Shanahan and Hyatt and that sort of thing. It's the cost of building Shanahan all over the Old State Road is huge.
Yes.
But to put a bunch of the subdivision streets in there, and what you do is you do the best you can to maintain the subdivision streets. And the subdivision streets tend to not have the 18-wheeler traffic that the arterials do. That we're getting along on.
Yeah.
So anyhow,
Okay.
the chip and seal is for where we're at is economically justified. At least that's my feeling on the whole
And in your 24, you were gonna include the cemetery for cost to see what it would be.
thing. We were gonna put it in and we're not gonna fog seal it, we'll just put it in and it'll be laid with gray gravel.
Okay. So,
Nobody back there complains.
I have something totally different for roads when you're done with that.
I just had two things. Is there, on your listing, have you guys, I think you guys mentioned this already, but you guys are planning on focusing in also on the Cheshire Market area, Ford in Africa?
Yeah.
Because, I did get sent a picture, so I know that the roads department went out and did some mitigation work there, but I got sent a picture, that it still is heavy rain flooding over, and then if that ice is, that becomes a huge issue. So I'd really like that to be addressed, especially on Ford and the round to on Africa, and then on the outlet east in Cheshire Road. So,
The way we would like to fix that is with a grader patch. We take the road grader and put tar down, put blacktop on top of it, spread it with a road grader and fill the road up. We just had a lot of trouble coming up with the road grader, and the county isn't doing us this year, so.
well, as long as we see it on the list for 2024, I'm fine.
This will be on the list, we will probably pay,
Yeah.
probably put blacktop on it.
There's also a pretty significant, did you guys see that hole that was
It's not going to be something that's gonna last a long time, but it'll be a 4 or 5 year fix, and hopefully we'll build it up enough to get the water off of the road.
excellent?
So
What
that's
hole
what
were we talking about?
Well, it's like where the semi trucks were like turning, and so it caused the road to basically dip significantly.
Is it at Winter and Ford?
Yeah, at
There's
Winter.
a catch basin there, right there where that corner is, where that drops in so much, is why that's.
Well, there's that, but then it's almost like the road has also leaned over to cave in because of the way that the trucks are turning. So just I mean, just take a look at that corner and see if there's anything
It's
that
not
needs
the
to be
trucks
done.
that do it with the school buses.
The school buses, is that a school bus route?
The school buses
Everywhere.
they're notorious for it.
Okay, but we have many pictures of semi trucks being parked there. And, you know, and so I think that that's
But
exacerbated.
that would be on the list of things
Yeah.
that we'll work on.
And Jesse wanted me to pass along that the fog seal helps hold down loose stone.
Mhm. It
That's
does.
good, but that's another kind of concerns me about chip and seal is if you need, you know, kind of thinner layer to keep the stones and the dust and things from flying up, but it just doesn't seem like a high quality product, but I understand the economic side of it, I really do.
And don't forget, you'll probably get some complaints from some of the residents. And that's where we need to be together on it and understanding of it. So that we're not looking at it like we're doing something cheap in a particular neighborhood. I believe this is the best fix for that
Well,
particular road.
And that is one reason why I'm for not curb and gutter, is so that you can do this.
Right.
And it also goes to your point about freezing rain.
Mhm.
Because if you don't have a little bit of texture, I mean, some of those subdivisions get pretty ice rich.
Mhm.
Don't want to play bumper cars, especially on an arterial road.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's where we are on that one. Tractor purchase, disregard that because we didn't get a quote. We thought we were promised one, we didn't get it.
Okay.
Trash on Sweeney Road, I'm not quite sure what that is, but I know that we have trash on Sweeney Road and we need to get it picked up.
Do you know anything about that?
There's,
There's always trash.
there always is, but it goes in phases. Right now, it's a tire phase, and so there's a bunch of tires there. And the problem I see is when it starts to have trash thrown on it, then everybody and their brother brings their truck.
That's why we've been a little reluctant to put signs up because that kind of tells people where to go.
Yes, and I get that, I do get it.
You know,
But what I think, and the road crew does, is pick it up as soon as possible, because if you don't, it gets added to.
Mm-hmm, yeah,
it grows and it grows.
so
Yes.
trash as a force multiplier.
Yes.
And I won't say it's the residents, I say that it's everybody. It's
Uh,
contractors, it's residents, it's the whole.
It really is the wide gamut, because I've seen, contractors basically put it on the tailgate and, oh, it accidentally fell off. Well, yeah, you put it this far from the tailgate, it's gonna fall off. But then there's people, I mean, when graduation happened, we had people clean out their kid's bedroom and throw, I mean, it was obvious it was a kid's,
Oh,
well, it was.
that's an
it was-
empty nester.
But then, it's just everything. Once in a while, there's farmers, but farmers don't seem to do that anymore, because it's not the same kind of farmers around anymore. So that's pretty much gone away. But there's people, I mean, it's just, I mean, you had like a,
So does the roads crew need to go out and look at anything? Is there an issue right now? It's tires?
do you know if the tires got picked up?
Not that I don't know, I don't know the case, I don't know if they did, I don't think so, but I think she's
Check into
waiting for
see
direction
if they
of what to do up there.
Well, I guess the direction would be,
We
Get rid of it.
typically pick it up and then have to get rid of it.
okay, so I did have something for roads.
Yeah, great.
And you had asked a question about getting something in writing about the railroad not wanting us to work near the tracks. And nobody that I've hit so far has it in writing. It's just the way they've been taught by the railroads. And so they just stay away and don't do anything in the railroad area. Because the railroad owns the land, so they technically can decide how they're gonna fix the road. Whether there's a problem.
Which would be all of Sweeney Road, since that's on railroad track.
Yeah, no, and that's another reason why you get the question of, in my mind, of do we want to spend township money on railroad property? Especially with the talk on the 3C plus D, if they ever put a station there, that could just,
It
could
could
be
another
that
railroad,
we
yeah.
wasted a lot of money.
Yeah, but the agreement in 22 was, that they would, because Sweeney Road used to go where the railroad track is, and then they bought that, and the agreement was that they would buy it for a road, and they were supposed to turn it over to the township, which they never did.
Okay,
So Jesse said the trash is actually on the railroad. Tires, there's 2 piles of tires that they usually pick up and take to the county, so. There's a culvert there. If we take out culvert, they won't be able to back in a dump, but that would take access away from the corner, something for them to make.
Yeah, so, back with, when I had discussions about Sweeney Road with Doug, which I never felt fully satisfied about. Because I still believe that's ODOT's on the curb, that's not our road, but then the question is, well, what is our road? And our road used to parallel all the way to 3637, and I said, well, when did that road, that curves, because Doug's opinion is it is our road. And so when did that become our road, and when did we vacate the part that we don't maintain? And that's where he's talking about. So.
It would have been about 74 when they made 36, 37 4-lane.
Right, but yes, that's when it happened, but did it really happen? Because that would have to go through the commissioners of a vacation, and I don't think it did. But ODOT no longer allowed access to 36, 37 because they bought that curve. So it would be good to get rid of that access, because that's where they do back in to dump stuff. But that was where the old road was. So if we could have that vacated so that we could make it a ditch instead of.
that means that we gotta go through the legal thing of figuring out who owns it, all that sort of stuff.
I get it.
That's
why it's never been done.
Yeah.
And it's a continual problem.
Sure.
And so maybe the solution is to just deal with the problem, but it's a problem.
Great. I mean, is there appetite from either gentleman to pursue?
Well, I can't. I shouldn't.
I don't understand why not. You're not adjacent to, are you? Oh, you are, okay. You own that adjacent.
Okay. We got a response on the REA. Move on the REA for Delport Road. And Doug came back with 3 options. One was do nothing, the second one was put culverts on each end of it. Third one was to take the guardrails off, put the guardrails back in. And the culvert addition was kind of the way to do it.
So what's your
And there's really, the do nothing is do nothing and kind of monitor it and all that sort of stuff. He doesn't think it's gonna change a whole lot. We'll see how much it costs to add a couple tiles there. If we can add the tiles, we could make the banks much more mobile, much more usable. So.
Do you have a recommendation?
My recommendation, we'll just look to put a project together to do the 2 culverts out, or extending the culverts out. That's what the county would do. And that way you can get rid of the guardrail, and that cuts down on the long-term maintenance issue of the guardrail.
You had mentioned, the development behind Dale Ford causing flooding concerns and some of the flow of the water. Have you heard anything in terms of updates from that?
I've asked some questions, and I
Okay.
haven't gotten anything that says, the water flow rate is going to be more. What I've got is that it will be the flow rate, not the flow, because there's gonna be a lot more water coming out of the development, but it should come at a slower rate. So the flow rate should actually be less, but a lot more water coming out. So we shouldn't see flooding of the road, but we will see water in the ditch a lot more.
Unless you have 100-year flood.
And if we get into a 100-year flood, it's one of those things we put signs up.
Wait it out. I have heard from residents on Dale Ford abutting that property and that development that is substantially flooding backyards right now.
Do what?
That their backyards are being substantially flooded, like up to, here with water that didn't previously happen. And I asked if it was going to the road, and it sounds like it's basically dumping over the development and into their backyards, but not getting to the front.
So are these the ones that are parallel to, or there's one drive that goes back towards the north of the Berlin Farms, or is it to the?
It's the northeast corner of Berlin Farms. So you know how they have the two driveways that go back really far, and that's where it's that corner area,
All the way back?
all the way back, and then coming in a few parcels.
So that should not be allowed.
Shouldn't be increasing the water flow.
Right.
Okay, the drainage basin should be taking the water.
Well, because it sounds like it's not going into the drainage basin,
Right.
it's.
That's what it sounded like to me too, that it's not flowing into the
So,
proper basin.
so is that a zoning issue?
I don't know,
Is that-
but
it's not
I
a
knew that you
road
had
issue.
asked about it, and so I didn't know if you had any additional information. Yeah, it's not a road issue, but I didn't know if you had heard any additional feedback, or if I should reach out to, is it Josh Larkin, from MI?
The field where Berlin, whatever, was that Berlin Farms?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Berlin Farms is being built, it's tiled, okay? And the tile for draining that field is farther up Dale Ford Road, it's up near where the curve is,
Mhm.
on Dale Ford Road. To do that.
Rice's property.
Now, when they went in and did the development, they probably didn't tie up all the tiles. The tiles are probably all cut. So that, stuff can move certain ways, but not the ways that it used to move. So there may be some of that going on. I'll ask some questions and see what I can find out about it. But there was, when I looked at it before, there was 13 miles of laterals that were draining to drain that field, but there was 13 miles of tile in that field to drain it, to get it to the ditch up on the north end. And so that water has to go somewhere. And when you cut tiles, you can really get into big problems.
That makes.
That makes sense, that does make sense.
Typically, the water goes into the ponds, and when the streets are in place and all the stuff is moving the way it's supposed to,
Right.
it's all gonna go, hopefully go in the ponds. I
Right,
don't know that northeast corner has been completed, but the tiles, if they've been cut,
that might be,
you
yeah.
can end up with monumental problems.
Ask around, see what you can find out, and then maybe based on what you find out, I can reach out to MI and just ask what the situation is and see if they've had reports,
I'll ask some questions and see what I can find out about what's going on.
Because it's not,
But-
going into the backyard of a resident isn't within our scope, but the flow of a active project and where the drainage is coming out, that could be a zoning issue, to your point.
Wouldn't that be a soil and water if they're
Well, that's probably soil and water, but
impeding the flow of water because they broke the tile?
but it may be if they didn't follow their plan.
Right,
So it depends.
And if they're in a phase where they're doing this part of the project and they're gonna do this part of the project,
Yeah.
they can get into a mess because.
And that's temporary because it's not complete, but
Right.
once it's done,
You
yeah,
just gotta ask some questions.
Yeah.
To find out. And if it was something that was there before, because it was 13 miles of tile there,
mhm,
it was there for a reason, because there was a lot of water.
yeah,
Well, and those residents, because I know that at one point in time, dealt with the rice property, I don't even know if rice still lives there, but tile was cut and it made a mess of the whole neighborhood back there.
wow, yeah,
And one guy that I know of built a house with the north end where it was going, built the house, but the main drain tile for that 13 miles of tile was coming toward where his basement was. They cut the tile, built the house, all that sort of stuff. Everybody said it'd be okay. They took the tile right around the basement. No, but it wasn't okay. It wasn't the way to fix it.
right,
And so he always had a wet basement.
basement, yeah,
So
issues,
now-
yeah,
And then got in with the bulldozer and if you get in with a bulldozer, a big truck, sometimes you'll crush the tile. And then it won't flow again. And It's,
I mean, that sounds like, I mean, we'll have to see, we'll ask around, but that sounds pretty
the thing is, it's on,
explanatory.
the thing is, it's all on private property, so there isn't much we can do other than ask a bunch of questions.
Yeah, right, and
And
try to help, get some solutions if we can.
one last thing I wanted to mention is this 23 Connect meetings that are coming up.
Mhm.
And we need to make sure that we are in attendance. There's some at fairgrounds and some at down south at the Nationwide.
Oh, yes, and that reminds me,
And I believe they come up before our next meeting.
okay, but ODOT is coming to our next meeting.
Which would be after these,
Which will be after these. Well, they come on the 13th or, wait, 13th?
I have them on the 13th.
Okay, yeah, 13th or 27th, so 13th, and they'll be here around 5:30. They did want to know if there's anything specific that we would like to talk about.
I would like to talk about their understanding of what Bixby Parkway is going in through 36, 37 to Glen Road and how that's gonna influence our traffic. Because Bixby Parkway is much more than what I used to think it was. It really connects 23 all the way. It's really an outer belt.
It's outer belt.
but the thing is, it's gotta get over the railroad tracks, it's gotta get through the tracks or somehow or another.
But they're doing that.
That's gotta happen, and when they get that in place, then they'll have a bypass for the point to be able to do the work.
And so what is that going to do to Glen Road? It's gonna tie into Glen Road.
So Bixby Parkway and Flow 23 and Glen Road. General.
Well, 23, they're going to be, what they will address is what happens at 23 in Bixby and 36, 37 at Bixby. Although it's in the city of Delaware. But I'm sure they modeled it.
We've got kind of a savior in the underpass on Curve Road. Because the big trucks can't get through
It's
that.
not tall enough, yeah.
Okay. Anything else? I mean, we have some general stuff, Sunbury Parkway, and Business
But
Park.
that was the only other thing that I think really will impact us.
Okay. Did you have anything outside of that?
Yes.
Trustee Bowman? You went correct. Okay. Did you have anything else that I can include for ODOT's discussion?
Really, I'd like to have a statement from them where they're going with 36, 37 and access to it for the business park. Because we brought that up at the last meeting, and I haven't heard any update, and I haven't seen anything from anybody that says that anybody's doing it.
So I don't want to push this issue, but I want to know the answer, and that is in regards to Wilson Road, because I was shocked when,
Tony was not aware of the project.
who's the assistant?
Rob Riley.
Rob Riley mentioned about potentially trading rules and rules of PIA and PIA.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I think that we need to be amenable to that trade.
Okay, and I would like to have a statement, because if they,
Statement,
if we're right in, right out, is really what they need to have for access along
Well, they talked about a flyover for rules and road. That's hugely expensive, and why ODOT would even bring that up, I was shocked.
a flyover for Olson.
because they want to make it into a limited access.
I'm okay with that,
Mhm.
if they pay for it,
Sure.
and the county takes over rules and PIA, then fine. Because it's not ours, who cares?
In the long run, they'll probably have to do that, because it's going to become an old state road kind of traffic in the long run.
You mean 23?
Or
You mean 23 kind of traffic, or you mean,
rural supply, when it connects from 23 to Lewis Center. Have you been through Lewis Center in the last one?
I'm avoiding it,
roundabouts?
once was enough.
Yeah, but I mean, you need to see the roundabouts in there and the connection.
Yeah.
Shows where pilot road's coming in and
Yeah.
all that sort of stuff, and where the home road's gonna tie in, all
I
that.
think it'll be bigger than Lackey Old State and at 36, 37.
Because you've got people on both sides.
Okay, all right.
Well, not great, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Okay, good. So you had the roads, Trustee Ryan had the roads in?
Yeah, I was driving through Berlin Farm and I noticed the grates. And I'm thinking, these are the grates that we said we weren't going to allow anymore, I thought. So,
The grades? That's on.
the grates that deteriorate and that we have to replace after 20 years or so.
You mean the concrete ones?
So,
And they were-
Where?
well, I thought that Berlin Farm, that what we were requiring was so that it was encased in plastic of some kind. What is it that we?
Oh,
I have to ask some questions, I don't know the answer.
that's not in our zoning resolution?
And that's not in our zoning resolution, but I thought we had a resolution for roads that required it. Didn't we? We asked-
I don't remember doing a resolution, what I remember is the county was moving in that direction, requiring.
Well, and we asked Doug to do that, did we not?
We asked Doug to make certain that when it goes through, that they're checking for that.
But I don't think I may not have the right eyes to view. I mean,
I'll
not have the-
talk,
I mean,
let me talk to Doug about it.
Okay.
I'll let us know.
And on Berlin Farms West, I didn't particularly like how the one was graded. It looked to me like it wasn't at the low spot, but sometimes, perceptions, when it rains, we'll know, but I don't want them to accept a road that has a big puddle with no grade to it. That's all I have.
They're doing that in phases, it's kind of strange.
It's an odd, it's gotta make sense for them, but
Yeah, they're like bopping around though.
yeah,
It's sort of weird, yeah.
but they've got millions and millions of dollars tied up into it, so it must make sense.
Whatever they're doing,
But
yeah.
what I don't want is to wind up with a road that's got grates in the wrong place with the wrong kind of grate that we're gonna have to fix later on.
Right, agreed.
Okay, let me see what I can find out.
And I do recall that conversation in the county, it being required by the county in some capacity, or they would if they saw it or something like that. I don't remember what meeting it was, but
So I thought we took care of it, but if we haven't taken care of it, we need that resolution as soon as possible.
But I thought the conversation was more of the county has changed its standards and we need to do
Yeah.
anything, no, we don't need to do it.
yeah.
That was the conversation that I remember, but if we need to do something, we'll do it.
And I know when we had that conversation, it was at the roads inventory meeting. Either on that day or around that day, I think maybe at the next meeting, because you saw the grade over, where was that?
Shadow Creek,
Yeah, and then that initiated discussion. Next time he was there, we asked him about that. So,
We got about 6 of those we want to get changed.
and we should get that in the budget.
yeah, that should be in the budget for certain.
I need your guys' budget for next year.
Oh, perfect timing. Okay, anything else from roads? Trustee items, Parks and Trails updates. I sent today the near final report from Morpsey in consultation with the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee. It's just a 50-page report, so I'm just giving an FYI. Why don't you guys read it, and then we'll add it to the agenda for next time.
I briefly glanced at it, and it was far too long to fully.
Really, yeah.
But what I didn't get was, because it said it was revised, what was different? Because I didn't really,
My feedback, well, we went through the initial draft, and I think I mentioned that I provided feedback on the map. The cemeteries were the same color as the trails. There was some prioritization that we thought
so
made,
the priorities changed.
well, not the board, not what our discussion was, but we had a discussion on the Parks and Trails. So what I want you guys to do, and what I'll need to have happen for next meeting is, if there's anything that you want to see changed, I need you to bring those changes to next meeting, otherwise the report's gonna be finalized.
There might be some changes.
Okay, well, that's perfectly fine.
Can you verbally, and
There's a map.
It's a question, but
Yeah.
can you verbally say what the Parks and Trails are headed toward? We're gonna connect to the Ohio Trail, but what else we're gonna do?
Align with the county trails, was a big thing.
When you say county, only county trails, or are you talking, meaning park
The county's trails plan.
plan?
I think those were the major ones. And so the map, what I'll do for next meeting is, there's a map in there that has the trail prioritization. That's the key thing I want you guys to look at in terms of priorities and where things are connecting. Because they also identified the electric easement as being a potential source for a multi-use path.
Yeah, and I didn't get how they crossed the railroad. I mean, that seems like a killer of a deal if you can't get across the railroad.
Well, where they started it, and for the township, was, I believe that, well, I don't recall the map, so we'll have to refer to the map, and we can talk about it once we have the map, but read through it, because it's pretty comprehensive, and I tried to have the board's perspective in mind. Like, for example, we altered some of the demographic language that seemed to, be a little bit more loaded, like affluent township, and those kinds of things, and just stay in the facts, Try to have the general perspective in view, but I think that you guys will need to have that input before we really can do anything. In our next meeting, we're going to concretize it, which is the 19th of November, I believe. No, it would be the 15th of November.
But do we need a special meeting for it? Because I don't want to go through, I don't want to be tired and just say yes.
Well, next
Or just
meeting, we
say-
don't have anything right now for zoning, so I think we can go through it if the other things move fast.
I've never known that to happen.
Well, yeah.
And I agree with Ken, and Ken's talking about, what it is the railroads go through Norfolk and Southern and
Right.
CSX are 60-mile-an-hour sections of traffic through the township. And the only leg that goes into the city of Delaware and comes back out, that's not 60 miles an hour. But the rest of it is 60 mile an hour. And that's really dangerous for kids and parents and dogs, everything, to be able to get across the tracks.
Let's see. Are you suggesting that we do a special meeting then to discuss the Parks and Trails update specifically?
What do you think? We could start on that night, and if it's not
There we go.
pressing, we can.
And we would need to do it before, okay, so, all right. Okay, sounds good. That's all then for this one. Delaware Chamber of Commerce distribution list. I don't know whose item that is.
Yours?
Oh. Mhm. Let's see.
It's from Kathy.
Oh, was it designating a representative or something?
That was to the, Old Hampshire one, wasn't it?
Interested in see if you are interested in getting the list of distribution member lists for the Delaware Area Chamber of Commerce.
Are we interested? Yes? No?
I mean, different.
Okay, then I think if we're all indifferent, the answer is no. Kathy forwarded that. Do you know what time?
You answered it on October 10th at 6:48. Put it on the agenda.
Okay. Yeah, that's very helpful. Except for I sent a lot of emails at that same time. I tend to do it in patches, bunches. Okay. Next item. High capacity scanner. So this was an FYI. We were going to do some scanning of documents. We thought we could also expedite some of the quantum file scanning by potentially getting a high capacity scanner. You guys are generally amenable to that. We'll get some prices and quotes.
So is this to purchase or to lease?
Purchase.
The records department, you know,
Of the records department.
Delaware County Records Department. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yes, I do know what you mean, but, with some of the way that we're gonna go about doing the scans, it's not a episodic thing anymore. We're gonna be doing that as part of our routine process. And so in that way, I think purchasing a high capacity scanner is better than having a project where maybe they bring in something and we let things fill up. But I can check into that.
They're pretty good about making copies and storing them.
We have the storage capacity on our new zoning software.
Well, the thing is, that's a different place, you got it two places. Because they'll do it and then give us a copy. Kind of thing. Just a thought.
I'll look into that and
You know
then,
where they're located at?
I don't know where they're located, but
By the driver's license place. If you go in the other door,
23rd,
they're right there.
Yeah.
When you go in the door.
okay, yeah. All right, Columbus Dispatch article. Have you gentlemen had the occasion to read the news article from last week regarding the Delaware County elections? Okay, so, it made some factually inaccurate statements with respect to the Berlin Business Park. And I reached out to Dean Narciso.
Narcissism.
There's a C at the end of it. It's Narciso, I believe.
Can you spell that?
Yeah,
I've always called him that.
I know. You threw me off quite a lot with it too. DEAN, and Narciso, NARCISO. Yeah, I was surprised because when I wrote Narciso an email, it bounced back to me. So I realized it wasn't that. And he said he would like to, he'd be fine with me following up for comment. I had hoped that you guys had the occasion to read it so that you could offer some additional insights, but I would like to respond to some of the statements that were made, which included that the business park's gonna sit, applications have been turned down. In fact, we have not turned down any applications that have come through our overlay process.
So do you want authorization to reply?
Yes.
I move that we authorize.
Can I make a suggestion? What I was gonna say is, we got two ways we can go. One way is to try to work with the paper and give them the information. There's enough people read the paper that you wanna go. Second way to do it is to write some press releases. And make a press release saying the things that we wanna say in the words that we want them to say. And provide those, put those out as a way of communicating everything.
Another kind of almost a third way, or maybe part of that press release, is we could write a letter to the editor of the Dispatch.
Sure.
And then that way, our response is in there, but I don't wanna
Do nothing.
do nothing. Because I think that the article misrepresented the township's position and also its engagement with business park.
And it's, the reason I'm saying press release is it's not only Berlin that's got the issue, the commissioners have helped us, but we got the state helping us, we got the JED helping us, we got other townships helping us and all that sort of stuff. And if we do a press release, we can word the things to get everything in it that we want to have in it. And when you go to the press release or the news talking to people, you're relying on them to take everything that you've got and put it out. And what they tend to do is parse it and put down the things that are, will sell papers.
Right.
They don't mind.
It's just a
fire
thought.
a little bit sometimes. They don't mind fueling the fire a bit sometimes. Kind of brutal.
Well, and that's certainly what they did. They quoted John Melkai from the BIA. And I actually spoke with Mr. Melkai because I thought that there were some factually inaccurate statements made. He did apologize to me and said that he was speaking in more generalities, and some of the things he felt like were made specific to the business park that maybe he didn't intend it for. But it says this as far as our little plot about Berlin Township. 4 years ago, Berlin Township, 4 years ago, Berlin Township announced plans to build a 2,000-acre business park, inaccurate, along routes 36 and 37. Bob Lamb, former Delaware County Development Director at the time, said plans had the potential to be an economic driver for Delaware County. But shortly thereafter, Lamb took a job elsewhere, and today the land north and south of the busy east-west corridor has been largely untouched. One of the first potential land developers earlier this year had its plans shot down when Berlin Township officials rejected the zoning change. It's unfortunate that the voice of just a few politicians can derail progress, said John Melkai, Executive Director of Building Industry Association of Central Ohio. He notes that 89 people a day are either born in Greater Columbus or moving here, and that officials need to understand that accommodating them must be a priority. Until the trustees and folks there show a little bit of flexibility to get these projects to move forward, I don't think you're going to see anything develop there, he said at the business park. It's unfortunate because that area could really take advantage of a lot of opportunities right now. And then they go into EPCON communities. So, I chatted with Monica Connors, Economic Development Director currently, And I said, did the dispatch chat with you all about this? Because I noted that no current county officials were quoted. I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, did anybody reach out to any of our board to get facts? Okay, so, it's not 2,000 acres. I think it came in at 1,600 or 1,800.
About 1,600.
We've approved all 3 applications that have come through the overlay. We have hundreds of apartments that have been approved to be built there, in fact. And, perhaps people don't recognize that because the overlay provided for the space to have builders come in a way that residents have readily accepted and agreed with. And so it very much feels like there's controversy being stirred up that doesn't actually exist here.
This is why I think press releases we can say the things that we want said in the way we want them said.
Well, so I'm happy to draft up a press release as well, or a letter to the editor, if we would prefer that route as
Well, maybe
opposed
what,
to.
if you want to do it, is to do the press release, and then the letter of the editor refers to the press release.
That's the right thing. Okay, and I think that we should involve the
Counter,
economic development director
Absolutely.
in making the press release.
absolutely. And I believe they have a communications director as well. So why don't you all authorize me to work with the county and draft a press release. I will speak with Dean and just say, just wanted you to be aware that here's how we're going to respond to this article, and so you can anticipate that.
Sure.
I would like to get out in front of it sooner than later. So what do you all think is good as far as the timeline for that?
Tomorrow.
Well, do you want to hold a special meeting to go over the press release first, or
No,
are you
I
guys
think,
okay with?
because you're pretty good at sticking to the facts, so.
Okay. So I will work with the communications director to the extent we're able, and as well as perhaps get a quote or have Monica Connors involved in this press release to be
You
able
could do
to.
a joint press release,
Yeah,
because when I chatted with her, she had worked with, is it Business First,
business first, yeah.
I believe, and she articulated all the things that have been going on, and she did an excellent job of articulating that so that one of those articles did not appear in Business First, because it was clear lots of good things have happened.
Right.
We can do a press release and say, hey, the sewage sends in, the water line's up there, the water tower's gonna be built in the spring. We've got lots of things that we can say that are very positive about the thing, but that's only gonna help in a press release, because people are gonna write anything about it. That's all
Well, you're
positive stuff that
right.
don't mean anything.
You gentlemen are right. So I will give me authorization to engage with the county and come out with a press release. I will look to try to partner with the county and have a joint press release, but they may or may not be open to that. I still want to put one out, even if they aren't.
And we can put it on our website.
And you are also very right, Trustee Bullard, and why has it been sitting for 4 years? This is so-called the question. Well, in my conversation with Mr. Melkai, I was very explicit in saying it was not and has not been a shovel-ready area. Where's the sewer? Where's the water? Where's the utilities? And that we've been working with the county as in a great partnership with them to get the incentives, the JED, everything in place, and now we are ready and in a
And we're
position.
trying to compromise with residents, and the county, and people that start to make sense. All of that needs to be said, but none of that is gonna solve paper, and paper won't print.
Well, and I would say that what was favorable as far as an outcome here is I did get to connect with Mr. Melkai, and he mentioned, their focus, of course, they are an association whose focus is on housing, single family and multifamily, and representing the interests of developers and builders across the area. And so I mentioned to him about 55+ community housing and the needs of Delaware County, the fastest growing population of housing needs is going to be 55+ communities. And he said, well, we connected with a couple of builders and maybe there could be something there. And if they're willing to come in under the overlay and would like to use that as a tool, that is an option for them.
And let me say that I understand the joint press release, but I would prefer we figure out a way to make it as one press release. We can jointly offer it. However, but if it comes from one place, then that's the place everybody's gonna go and ask questions. But if it comes from two places, everybody, this hand and this hand have to keep track of it and have to know exactly what each other's doing. Whereas if it's coming from one place, then we've only got one place that we gotta worry about keeping up to date.
Well, because it's zoning, I do think it's in the purview of the township to be the person for whom those types of questions come. But I will say that, Monica Connors and really all of the county, especially in the last couple of years, have worked very collaboratively on this project, and I'm very delighted with where things have been going.
If you need me to talk to anybody, I can talk to anybody.
If you would like authorization to do the press release, I'm happy with that too. Would you like to do the press release? Okay. Okay. Well, because if you'd like, that's fine too. It doesn't have to be me.
We're working on it. There's so many things that we're working
So
on.
many
We're doing
things.
this, but we can't rely on the press to get that out. We gotta do it as press release.
I mean, I don't know what they would have envisioned based on the fact that sewer alone. I mean, maybe they're not used to, areas having to be developed that have so few utilities and accessibility as 36, 37 and more rural
I think you're
areas.
being generous in your
Well, I don't want
estimation
to.
as to the motivation.
I don't want to, presume anything. All I want to do is I want to get the facts straight so that what is published is at least accurate.
Yes.
And then whatever interpretations or assessments people have about that,
We can't control that.
yeah, that's not something with our purview, and people are gonna agree or disagree with, but when I saw that, I thought, there's a lot that's problematic here.
So I move that we authorize Trustee Rail to work in concert with the county to construct a press release and author a letter to the editor of the Dispatch.
Can I offer and with anybody else? Anybody else appropriate?
And then
Because there's plenty of other
Sure.
places.
And any other,
Friendly amendment.
well, I'm not done, I'll do
Okay.
that.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and also in concert with any other people or entities concerned with the Berlin Business Park.
So,
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion? Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes. Bowler?
yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
I have too much trouble trying to write a newsletter.
We all have that newsletter writer's block sometimes. Which I believe, did the newsletter go out since the last time we met?
It was received after we last.
It was
met.
received after we left it. I thought it looked good. I still think the color
It
of
was
the
long,
blue
yeah.
is off, but we give them the right blue, so I don't know what,
Yeah, I
maybe I'll
wasn't
try
happy
to
about
find
that,
two, other than that.
but I don't do the next newsletter, so.
I think, am I up for the next newsletter? Or is it you? Is it you or me?
Yes. It's not me. 'Cause I did it last time, Kim did it.
Okay, then it's
this
me,
time,
okay.
So I think I know.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, township open house follow-up. This is, I had this on here just in case there were any reflections from yesterday's open house.
I thought it went well. The fire station was in ready mode so that they could respond and yet meet the community. So it was a very favorable event. The kids seem to enjoy the new obstacle course that was put
Yeah,
up. and,
yes, that was a hit.
Yes. And it was great, meeting the students from Broome High School,
Mhm.
and, I thought it was good.
I think it was real good, it would be easy to get discouraged about the attendance, but we've got to realize that we're competing, not so much competing, but we're complimenting the touch a truck. The touch a truck is a really big deal. When we were having bigger attendances down here, we had people from other townships that came, we had the hospital helicopter that came, we had other people that came in and did stuff that are going to the touch a truck. And so it's, and the touch a truck is it's very good, it's a nice thing, but what we're getting is more people that are interested in the township. And I'm happy with that. So I think it was really a plus to, even though the attendance wasn't as much as I would have liked to have seen, but I think it makes sense to do it.
I agree. I think they're two very different events. And one is like a lot of buzz, a lot of activity. And this is really, you're able to get personable and talk more so with the residents.
And I went in and talked to some of the vendors that were in there, I call them vendors, but people that were at the tables. You got the health department, you got the gas company, you got other people that were in there, and they were pleased with the number of people that they got to talk to. At least that was the impression that I got.
Well, yeah, I don't think that you can track the attendance based on how many people had the hot dogs either, so,
No.
which is where we were. But I thought the weather was brilliant. I was very appreciative, reflecting later on for Brian Lorenz coming out, State Representative Lorenz coming out and saying hello. The AP government class in Berlin coming out and learning a little bit more about townships and how they operate. Really, I think it's a great event. Another thing that stood out to me was the one resident who mentioned that she's come every year for the last 12 years, and she has a 12-year-old child now who's may or may not be as tall as me. And I just thought that it's got a lot of goodwill around it, and I think it's a really great event for the community. Okay, anything else with that? Batteries about that here. Next item.
Need my quote.
Who's gonna go to the meeting?
Next item is the,
All attention key communications meeting.
I'm available if you need me to go.
move to authorize, Trustee O'Brien to serve as the ONTG key communicator and township representative. One second.
Oh, something.
I was willing, but I wasn't asking.
That should tell you. So, moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Randall,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, that brings us to zoning department, assistant zoning inspector hours. And also I should say, I was very appreciative for having zoning representation at the open house as well. Our assistant zoning inspector, longtime resident and person who's spent a lot of hours on our zoning commission. Jerry Valentine served as a great representative for us too. With that said, I did want to ask the board for permission to increase Jerry Valentine's hours only through the end of this year. And that is due to the fact that we have begun engaging in making changes to the zoning resolution. And we are making widespread, kind of sweeping, broad changes that are taking a number of hours, eating up a lot. And he's doing a fantastic job coordinating with the BZC, coordinating with the ARB. He's keeping me on my toes even, and I'm having a hard time keeping up with him. So I would like for him to have increased hours because he is running up against on a weekly, bi-weekly basis already, managing the township signs on the weekends and not being able to really get to things that he wanted to get to with the zoning resolution.
What's the hours?
I was thinking I'd like for him to work, up to 60 hours bi-weekly. So
But
30
not to
hours a week.
exceed 40 in any 1 week.
Yeah, is that okay?
Okay.
Move to increase, assistant zoning inspector, part-time assistant zoning inspector's hours to, 30 hours a week, and not to well, if I'm not gonna exceed,
It's 60 hours
Rescind the
every
motion.
2 weeks, not to exceed 40 hours in any 1 week.
Move to authorize Jerry Valentine, to, work, up to 60 hours every 2 weeks and not to exceed, 40 hours in any 1 week.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion. He's doing a fantastic job with the signs too on the weekend, which
I'm
takes a
assuming-
lot more work than
Oh,
I think
yes.
most people would,
Well,
taking into
because
account.
they thought they could get away with it. Now, once they don't get away with it, there will be a reduction. Now, I'm assuming that he wants to do this.
He has approached me and he has indicated that he's running up against that time crunch, feels that pressure. And, we did talk about it and the thing is I said too, he doesn't have to work that many hours. It's just if he finds himself going that many hours.
And I appreciate him coming to you and not just doing it and then having to deal with that.
Yeah, right. Good, thank you. Okay, please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes?
Red.
Yes. Okay, future meetings.
I have an OMPNG communicator meeting on November 1st. I believe it's at 11:30.
Fantastic. Thank you for your representation on that.
I don't have any.
I have, DC, RPC. And just so the board is aware, they have, requested feedback from members to change their meeting time to during the day. And I have stated, my opposition to that, and I think that it will, reduce township representation as a result, because typically township boards, meet in the evening because they have full-time jobs and they are engaged in other work across the community. I also think that it will reduce participation and attendance by the public as well during the day.
I don't know. I think that may be true. But sometimes you get more staff from other entities that are willing to come that can help you. So I think it's not.
Depends on the representation.
Yes, I think it's not a good idea to always have it during the day, but I think sometimes during the day is not a bad thing.
I hadn't considered the idea of representation. I think it disincentivizes certainly township trustees from being involved, as the nature of our positions is part-time. And many of the current trustees that I attend do have full-time jobs. And the public, within the public, because typically the public is, there's more engagement when it's not during the public's working hours, which generally are considered to be 8 to 5.
I understand.
Well, I just want you all to know what I'll be sharing this week. And I will share, speaking as a representative of DCRP, providing my opinion. Okay, anything else with future meetings?
No, wait a minute. Delaware County Regional Planning is wanting to do all this during the day?
Mhm.
All of them?
Mhm.
No, I don't. I'm tending more towards your view, but occasionally I think it's okay. Now, it's different kinds of meetings in my mind. So,
For me, what the regional planning is considering is zoning across the county.
Yeah.
And the idea that, especially.
So why do they want to do this?
The email said something to the effect of, well, they said, the majority of boards meet during the day. And I said, the majority of county boards meet during the day, not the majority of trustee boards or zoning boards. They said, they actually, I think, wrote in the email, like, this would allow families to get home to dinner with their children more often. So they were selling a little bit this idea of, I felt, and this is my interpretation, that they were selling the idea because there's a number of county representatives and most of the county meetings meet during the day and they wanted to be able to have it.
So now I'm hearing what really is driving it. So, that is a way of giving bigger votes to the county. Because if only the county can show up.
Well, and I wouldn't couch it like that. I would actually couch it in the other way, which is it gives less opportunity for township trustees to be engaged.
Yeah.
And therefore, the people who can make it to these meetings are either
Staff.
staff.
It's
and
really staff driven and county driven.
Yeah.
So, but it doesn't sound to me like something Scott would have initiated. So because in my mind, I'm always thinking, who is the one driving this? And it doesn't sound like Scott.
Well, because Dave Seitz has retired and is no longer serving as the chair,
Who's chair?
Joe Schaefer in Genoa, the zoning director of zoning.
Okay.
And I don't know, but this was one of his first acts as chair, wanting feedback. I've sent my feedback to Commissioner Merrill. He wrote me back and said, we're just looking for feedback and I concur with some of your perspective. And then I shared it at the RPC. I was the only one that provided the feedback at the time. So I don't know what the feedback has been, but my whole point is even if the committee says, yeah, we should all meet during the day, the question isn't what's more convenient for the committee. The question is do we have engagement from the representatives and are we making ourselves available to the public to the maximum ability available given the meetings?
Okay, so that's an argument to sell the evening, but what I'm worried about is they're changing who will be participating.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think rather fundamentally.
And that means that somebody is driving.
For example, I don't know that I would be able to attend if it was during the day.
Because if it's during the day, then why is it now always Thursday? Well, maybe it's not Thursday, so then they can flip it to any day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at first I wasn't really on your page, but
It just takes time.
it does.
No, so I just want you guys to be aware of the situation because I think the whole way that it has been put forward was to, elicit favorability towards the daytime meeting. And that's perfectly fine if that's what's in the best interest of the public and that promotes maximum participation. But it doesn't seem like either of those two things are going to be accomplished through this.
No.
And that's my problem with it.
Yes.
And actually, I think it will disadvantage townships more so than the county, and that's gonna also create,
Well, but what I don't like is it's gonna change the makeup to staff.
yeah, it certainly will. Because even in our case, I would send Jade probably at that point, right?
Unless you got really irritated at me.
Yeah. Might. So, I think it's problematic. I think that there's some things that, trustees, and I think trustees in general in townships should be engaged on, particularly this, the regional planning a little bit more broadly. I see some real benefit for being engaged right now. Okay.
I just spoke, I do have a meeting on the 9th with Morpsey.
Oh, great. late items.
I got a memo, I don't know if you all received it or not, it has a link in it regarding Sunbury Parkway. It is, it's the plan, current plan from ODOT about what they're doing and all that sort of stuff.
Oh,
I can forward you the link.
I thought I had it, but is there really a change from what we had seen before?
Yeah, it's a little, few changes, but it's an 1,100 page.
oh my God.
Okay.
Oh, is that the feasibility study?
It's
That wasn't
the study that's necessary. It talks about the number of eagles. It talks about the all kinds of everything, the water flow, all of the stuff. Plus it's got the routes and potential changes and study areas and all that sort of stuff.
So I'm
If you want, I'll send it to you.
I'm unlikely to read 1,100 pages, but if you
I did
Fine,
read
there's-
100 pages. but
well, I don't expect you to read it, but there's something that you think we need to focus in on.
The best thing to do is just look at it. I will send it out, and what it is it's a link. It's not, because when I downloaded it at home and it took a while. I had the computer like 15 minutes.
Usually when the government does that, they don't want you to read it.
But there is a lot of information. There really is. And a lot of the why they're making decisions that they're making.
Or why they've already made the decisions.
I've been very pleased though overall with ODOT's engagement, especially Chukowski.
I think he's
And-
far better than what we've had in the
And
past.
I've been quite pleased overall with their communication, with their, so they've been really good at keeping us up to date on things.
I think ODOT's a lot more open to what's going on and more willing to listen. I'm not saying they're willing to do anything, but I would say they want to at least listen to us.
But I think they're wanting help.
Well, they got a mess and they're trying to send it out.
With 23 certainly.
I don't have anything else for tonight.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Do you have anything, Claudia?
Second.
Moved by trustee Mueller, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Please go roll. Mueller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Yes. How about that? Record time.
No,
10:10
it's not record, it's a good time, but it's not record time.
for our board.
No,
Have we been earlier than that?
yeah. When there's only two of us, it's faster.
Mr. Bowler and Mr. O'Brien have already seen copies of my campaign